Dear viewers, this is Peredeng again from Africa World Book Publication Company. Tonight we are also it is a continuation of reflection and celebration of the 16th May anniversary. This is the second day. It is the day that all South Sudanese took up arms and put their effort together, and which has brought South Sudan as we speak of a nation today. It was an effort by our farmers, brothers, and everyone was involved. Because without individual effort, it would have not been possible. We have contributed in many ways. And the forum is open to whoever want to join later on in the studio. Is our guest is Majak Aderek. Many of you might be aware of. He's a member of the Red Army, Lost Boys, and who has also participated at a very young age. Mawut Mabior is one of the guest speakers who joined the Red Army at a young age as well, and who has also been part of the liberation struggles. Most of them have contributed, and they will tell us why this day is important and what are the good things that they can remember and the bad things. And the song also remind us of those who have lost their life during the liberation struggle. Those who died during the liberation struggle have invested their life and blood for our benefit, and that's why we have South Sudan. They did not get anything in return, but to remember them is the best thing that we could do as people who are living, and that's why the day is very important. So I will start with our guest speaker. We are honored as well to have they have accepted our short invitation. We would be expecting Dr. Atem Deng from Melbourne as well later on, and some of the the SPLM chapters representative will join in later on. And maybe Kir Agur Mabek will join us as well. And whoever is interested, the forum is open for us because you are the future leaders. And if you are the future leaders, then we have to start discussing national matters. So, Comrade Majak, briefly introduce yourself before we start. Thank you.
All right. I greet all the viewers. My name is Majak Aderek, and one of Red Army. Um, I'll briefly introduce myself. How did I get into the Red Army? Because I wasn't born in the Red Army anyway. I was born in Bor, and as orders came by the SPLM High Command that there must be boys that would be taken to Ethiopia. The Ethiopian was the secure location, or the Ethiopian was the host country that was hosting the SPLA from the very beginning. So we were, the order was given by the zonal command. We were all assembled in what is called court centers at the early age. Most of us, in particular myself, I didn't know where we were going. We were only told you are going to school. We knew what was the SPLA for, the liberation of South Sudanese, of which I was included, but one was included who was a southerner by then. So we were marched to Anyidi, which is our assembling point. I was naked for sure. If anybody would, I was completely naked. My father was one of the local chief, so he took off his jacket and it uh, put it on my back, and that's the only my first clothes I worn. We trekked, let's say maybe 1500. Those days we traveled were 15 days in number until we went up to the Ethiopian border. The refugee camp of Penyudu. We stayed there in Penyudu 1987. Because we went at the late 87, so we spent the whole of 88, 89. And that time we had a lot of news, good news from the front line. Gallant, our soldiers were doing, make a lot of victories. So the victory was certain. Everybody was so happy. We were at the schools. We started our class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. And 1991, there was a change of guide in Ethiopia. The Soviet, we know the collapse of Soviet Union was 1989, but the crack began to appear, and the leadership of the SPLM, SPLA noted that it wouldn't be viable for us to stay in Ethiopia there, so we have to evacuate back to South Sudan. And the boys were deemed to be age of 12, 13, 14, 15 at the time, of which I was included. We were mobilized and were taken to Bonga Training Center. I bet most of you know what Bonga Training Center is. Bonga, Bilpam, Dimo, plus other training centers where the SPLA used to train the recruit. So I was trained in Bonga. After my training, most of us were dispatched to northern or western Ethiopia for sure, Dimidola. Some of them were taken to a place called Bugori, others to a place called Buri. And then the war started away from there. We fought. I heard most of you know some of our brigade were taken to Gavidola. We're only a few living individual now currently. Most of them were almost wiped off. Buri and Gori, which is a 45 mile, 45 to 50 mile to Addis Ababa. This was a big bridge. So we were taken there to guard that bridge because there was the rebels, which is Retian forces plus other Romo forces, many other opposition parties. They were being supported by the Sudan government. The Sudan government were our big enemy that we fought. So they were merciless on our either on our presence in Ethiopia. So we were chased away. It was a brutal fight, though. We came up to Bonga, and then from Bonga we traveled. I don't know, for about 3 4 days in the jungle. If somebody would explain, it would be hard.
How was it like? Traveling in the jungle for 10 days,
Well,
uh, and without food and water. How did you survive?
well, other people will say, okay, now I was in the jungle, but for sure, I swear to God, that's the jungle. It's a jungle whereby you see some of the trees you never saw in your life. I bet where I where I was born and grew up, there's no such a trees or such a bush. It was absolutely the epitome of the core meaning of what is called jungle. It was so wet, it was so rainy, it was so bushy. Believe me, most of our mortal, what is called our nut were thrown out. I swear to God, many of my many of my comrades who were there, who were traveling on that road or that route, they know better well our nut, Jadobara. Our Kwaka Bioror,
Hmm.
you begin to bend here and you travel for almost 300, 400, which is half mile without standing up. You just kind of bend and you travel. When we travel, it was raining. We were eating wild leaves. Well, there are some people who manufacturing stories that we were eating, drink our urine, we eat wild fruit. They didn't even mention what are those wild fruit are. So we traveled for about 5 days. We don't see sun. The only location we're told, okay, we have to go westward. So therefore, when we go westward, whether we came out from Pachala or Gilo or Panidu or Fangak, either way, so we happen to come out in a cotton farm, or say cotton scheme, called a place called Aboba. It's a big, big, big. I believe some of the boys, some of the older boys, back in 1989, among us, were selected. They went to Aboba. They were picking up cotton. Some of the boys, that is story none of us forgot that. Some of the boys, the big boys among us, were selected in 1989. I think around September. I think that was after Tori was captured. Then they were taken to a place called Aboba. Aboba is a cotton scheme. They pick cotton there for almost 3 4 months. I'm not quite for the number of the month, but at least 3 4 months. Then they were later on came back with a plastic shoe. I think they were given, it could be kind of child labor or something. They were not paid. One of my cousins is now in Juba, Kola Kolichola. It was one of the boys taken there. So we just pop out from that cotton field, and some begin to say, oh, this is a boba. After we came in, we found Majanga God, who was traveled from Zing. He crossed the river, not knowing that we were still across in the bush or in the jungle. So blew up the bridge in Aboba so that it would not be caught up by the pursuing army or Roma forces. So the bridge was blown out by Majak. The following morning, we came into the Mashiro. What we found in that Mashiro was called, I forget the name, but I know in English it's called uh, Kudura.
Okay.
Now, it would be another misery. Kudura could go as far as 10 meters, all right? It's a real long, long, long one
Oh.
in a Bobai. It got a big leaves. I believe there are some of the witnesses who might be there. So we use what is called Berberi. Uh, and most of our soldiers, by the way, they were from Nuba Mountain. So they were active. They were real active soldiers. So until we traveled for the whole day, there was a rope across the river, and it was tied across those the twisted metal on the bridge. And then,
Yes, Mr. Moch, thank you so much. And our viewers, John Accord, the chairperson, thanks so much. Yeah, so Accord is greeting you. And if you feel like joining, join us. It is an open discussion, reflection. Yes, before you go further, how many of you did survive that battles? What did you eat within that 10 days?
well, what happened? it was a combination of those who were still in the Bonga, which is our base, the main base. Those who were just overrun by the Roma in the middle, in Buri, those who were overrun in Gori. It was a combination of these different forces. And most of it, they were trouble disorderly because it was an individual. We were racing. Actually, we were racing. You have to be at least one step ahead of each other. There was completely a chaos, a complete tumultuous. There was no law and order just because, first of all, you cannot maintain an army without having logistics. You cannot maintain an army when you don't have a command, a structured command. All right. So command and control, so we didn't have logistics. So what happened was a jungle of people called Ojang. That's what the name we were told. Ojang. They don't have anything like a pig or goat. They were only corn growers. By the time we traveled there was no corn. Otherwise, we would have ravaged that corn completely. So we only go and pick up. There's a tree called mature. It was one of the lovely tree called mature. Is we heard from our comrade who came from Eastern Lake. I never heard that tree. I never seen that tree. It was my first time to see in Penyudu in 1988. And later on, a lot of it in Bonga and in that forest. So we had a lot of mature. I still remember tree. It's a lovely tree. We used to use our soup with mature in Bonga. And believe me, we were only given food, which is what's called Pasulia labia, the white food.
Yeah. Yep.
We only ate it one day. That's only one day for the rest of our training. Only one day.
And how long did your training last for?
4 months.
4 months, and you ate that fruit for only one.
Only one day. Only one day. I swear to God, only one day.
Well,
Full abia, the
the
white.
pulabia there, the bean, yeah, the white beans.
We only ate it only one day in Bongo for the whole of our training. And I remember it because one of my colleagues, who was with me in group 6, he had what we call torch or uh,
Sometimes they call it. Is it?
called
Jaundice.
Yeah.
Jaundice.
Jaundice, I call Gargan in Arabic.
Yeah.
Yep.
So when the bean was cooked and that guy ate the bean, there was a little bit oil in it. That guy, it did at the night, so it didn't make it the other day only. So it made me vividly remember that day because people begin to complain because of the oil.
Yeah.
So it was completely. So we crossed the river, we came to Aboba, we get some of our main forces in Aboba with somebody called Alena Yen.
Yeah.
We traveled all along to Penyudu. We got there. Some of our Red Army brothers who were in the Penyudu, they were evacuated ahead of us. So we were deployed somewhere in Penyudu 1, Penyudu 2, because it was our former base whereby we start our situation, whereby we start our let's say, our struggle. Because we removed from our mothers and fathers to Penyudu. This is the time we start our own men, or the time we start to begin, okay, now, Nuer, Baragazal, Equatorial, or whoever, we are one. And we came for one cause or one struggle. We used, for instance, I didn't listen. For instance, if somebody speak, let's say here from Twitch, I didn't even listen to it because I didn't even understand it. Because why? I'm from the far, I'm born in Sakaka, all right? I'm
Yeah.
not a warrior. Never travel anywhere apart from where I was born. Let's say to Makwach here, only Anyadi and my own place of Kunyang and Chaike, that's it. Never travel beyond that one. So when somebody say, okay, now, because one of my cousins, when we were traveling from Pibor to Pochala, and then one of my cousins he just overstepped and he went among the group of people from boys from Mang. He was asked, Mugwik, Mugwik. So later on, when he say, okay, you know what, I'm lost. He say, what happens there? I went to the other people and say, Mugwik, what is this Mugwik? Yeah, Mugwik. So, so we begin to be comrade to each other. we stayed together. I was first in Group 8, went to Group 6, and this is where I stayed. Now, when we came to Penyud, it was our place with plenty of beans, with plenty of papa, with plenty of. So there was plenty of stuff in Penyudu. And a lot of, I mean, Jajam having a lot of chicken. So we took those chicken, we begin good, we build up, we gain some energy. And then Roma came in, he fought with some posts in what is called CI, which is, we was, we call military intelligence based by the former governor of Eastern Lake, Rin Change Mabur. It was a second lieutenant.
Yeah.
So we traveled to Marcus. There was another training base. We were just put into that training back in 1989. So even after we were taken to Bonga, we were already trained in the first place in 1989. When the board was captured in May 1989, second batch was in the training. All right. So what happened then? It was a battle all along from Penyudu all of the way until we came to call Kodempanan. So in Kodempanan, we were encircled in by the Roma. We have some casualties, but not severe. We came to what is called Koromot. In Koromot, Oyana was, they were just very close, but we have a whole ammo depot in Koromot. So Majanga God came there with some of his bodyguards, and then they just blow up the whole depot because we can't carry, those to Gilo. When we came to Gilo, we found most of our former comrades who were marched to Pochala. They were marched to Pochala ahead of us, but in Pochala there was nothing. I even later on found out in the book of Douglas Johnson that the reason why the relief didn't come to Pochala to rescue those boys in Pochala was because the Khartoum government was refusing relief to deliver relief to refugees in Pochala because it was their allies who were chasing us from Ethiopia back to South Sudan. So the government says, let them go back to their own families. And then the relief said, no, they cannot go back to their family because they are refugees, they were displaced, so we cannot let them go back. So I believe you have that book from
Yeah.
Dr. Johnson.
Yeah. The root cause of civil war. Yeah.
So that's the reason why the relief didn't, the United Nations didn't drop food from Pachala. So when we came, we found most of the boys were returning back to Panyu to go and get that food, not knowing that the enemy was closing in on us. So in Gilo, it was completely a tumultuous, a chaotic situation. There was quite a good number of the people that were killed there. Personally, when we traveled, when we were in circle,
Okay. Let us stop there at Fashala. Then, so what were your experience like traveling from your village to Ethiopia? What can you remember? Bad and good things.
well, we were traveled at early age, but when you are young, all of your memory, anything you've seen or you heard, it remains in your mind as a graphic. It doesn't easily goes away. And many things that we have seen or I have seen personally from the very time I left until recently, those are not going to fade away no matter what. Some of the stuff that I encountered later on during the liberation, some of them may fade away. I may remember some, I may completely forget some. But from the very beginning until the final, my final day on this planet Earth, I won't forget them. Well, we were grown up in the liberation movement, and in the liberation movement, I believed there was a very tremendous love. I knew the word unity in Arabic and in English without even knowing English or Arabic. I know the word justice, equality, freedom, struggle, liberation, and struggle. Tahrir, Huriya, Shirake, and all this stuff. They were implanted on my brain without knowing ABCD, without knowing any oral Arabic. So we were galvanized under one objective, which is liberate South Sudan or liberate the whole Sudan by then. We were combined up together as boys So there will be a future leaders. You can be a leader. Okay, let me tell you one thing. Everyone can be a leader, yet only select few can become a great leader, right?
Yep.
Few, only select few can be a great leader. So John Grant was a great leader with his leadership. But remember this one, John Maxwell, we knew is the one great philosopher.
Yep.
Says a leader is the one who knows the way, goes the way, and shows the way. So we were brought up with the love, with patriotism, with unity, justice, equality, and everything. So if you have justice, equality, Sharia, I don't believe in this planet Earth you lack nothing. Those three or these four were instilled in us, they were ingrained in our hearts. Where you come from Nuer, because we're quite good number of boys, quite good number of boys who were from Nuer. Unfortunately, some of their batch, one of the batch sang between Adok and Diam. They were destined to Ethiopia, but luckily some of them went up to Ethiopia. They found us in Ethiopia. Those boys in group 11, in group 10, some of the boys in Dinga, they still speak Nuer now. Some of the Nuer, let's say most of the Nuer, they speak Dinka now. Those who were in Penyudu, and I believe something in Itang and also in Dima. So our foundation was a very good foundation. Uh, well, later on, Ethiopia was just uh, the leadership was taken by a new government. We came our territory, South Sudan. Pachala was met. We traveled from Pachala all the way, Buma, Kapoeta, Torit. Then from there, we came into our land. And then the real struggle began from there. From then, I knew, let's say, when I traveled my platoon as a sergeant, okay, 27, 27 were Nubian,
27 of them.
27 were all Nuba. So let's say 27, only four of us were Dingas. And not because the whole task force or the most brigade were, were Nuba.
Now, this reminds us. Let me, before we bring in Comrade Mawut, sometimes I felt that the people of Angazana, the people of, Libyans have been, the ABI people have been betrayed when we vote for suppression. Because what people thought we were fighting for was the new Sudan. Do you feel that our brothers from Angazana and the Libyans are betrayed? Because what were people really fighting for? Because I remember John Grant said, if the unity is not made attractive, then people will vote for separation. Did people vote for separation because it was not attractive, or was that the main mission? Because now imagine uh, you had only 27 who were Libyans. They fought along with the South Sudanese. How do we look at them now? To those who are not aware of their contribution.
Well, I might not be able to use a word called collateral damages, but it might be a flip of the coin. Let's say most of them, I know one is called Garmaka, I know one the other guy called Tutu Tia, kan Mutpaji at Dictoria. It's a brave gentleman. Even during the 1991, we went to Bor. He was a brave guy, but he was later on killed. He's one of the guys still I have here in front of my.
David Gatkek, in case if you want to join, please, I will invite you as well. It is an open forum. Thank them at him. Yeah, welcome. Continue.
This gentleman, I still have it here in my forehead. Uh, with Garmaka, Abdelghani Kadir, those were killed. And when they were killed, I have blood. I hold some of them, especially Garmaka. I hold it in my lap. and before he passed away, because the whole intestine was just burst out by the shrapnel. So blood of that gentleman, of those gentlemen, plus other gentlemen that I don't know because they were participating in other war zones, all of it was spelled in the soil of South Sudan. Now, those blood are the ones that grew what we call a nation called South Sudan today. They are now still in the very footstep in which we were before. Personally, I'm not be maybe hypothetically speaking about the government or some other people, but personally, had I, had I, had I, if I have some powers, let's say resource or my own men, I'll be joining that war. And I also would urge if Kirmayar or anybody cannot support them to equally achieve that independence as we are, I believe God.
1 minute, 1 minute. David, I have sent it to your messenger. Thank you. Hmm.
They unreservedly contribute to the liberation of that nation. I believe you know some of the boys were traveled from Jubal Nuba until Poletaka. Few of those boys were later on finished off in Battle of Kapoeta in '94 with some of our brothers who were traveled back in 1989 from Bo to Toritu to Poletaka. Some of those boys were later on killed in Kapoeta. They were they were young like we used to be in Panyu. They were so young. So those guys, they were gone. So why did they lay down their life for a nation which is not their own nation? First of all, the leadership of South Sudan must give them a free citizenship. If they are unable to support Nuba or Angasana for some reason, because when you are not in the leadership, you might not know what are the difficulties in that leadership, unless you become part and parcel of it. But if you are on the periphery, you might not know what might be the difficulties. So not for that part, I will leave it to them. But for them, they have to let Nuba, Puy, Darfur, all people from Mangasina, all people from Blue Nile, they have to loiter in South Sudan at will. Okay? They have to loiter at their own will. Because they are equally like us. They lay down that blood. What is the utmost gift of life? It's a life.
It is English, brother, for us to be inclusive because our brothers in South Sudan, all of us, we speak, I think we are most familiar with English, so we apologize. Yeah, continue.
Yeah. So this Nuba, they are equally contributed to Southerners. So they shouldn't be excluded in South Sudan. They gotta be part of South Sudan. They gotta be given equal right. Work in South Sudan, to do business in South Sudan without being discriminated for any reason. That's for Nuba. For us, well, contribution is different most of the times. Tip of the spear is the SPLA, and the age of the spear are those who put forth effort for the liberation to be realized. First of all, we knew we have River Nile, and we have the bulk of our forces came from Barakazal. And how did they cross the River Nile? Because we didn't have motorboat, we have nothing. They were used to be crossed by our fishermen or other people who were committed. How did they get their food? They were held by other people. So now, when we talk about war effort, well, a foot soldier like myself and like Mawut and like the rest who might be just viewers there or who might later on gonna watch this show, they help one way or the other. It doesn't mean when you become a foot soldier there, who is on the front line, shooting bullet or exchanging bullet with the enemy, doesn't mean you're the absolute hero. So there are certain parts pi bundukia, pi kalanjikobde, there are part, if you are missing a single part, a tiny part, that kalanjikobde will be malfunction. I mean, they're going to be unable, complete, virtually useless. Well, myself, as part of the Red Army, that nation has cost a lot. Now, let's see here. Most people here, let's say in America and Canada, the people that who might be with me from the Bonga to Buri, Bek, Pachala, Kapoeta, to Reed, I believe I only know people now, and only one person now in Canada, only one person. And then from Torit, all the way to Payom, all the way to Lado, back to Mongala, all the way back and forth and back to Juba. It is another journey, it's another pace too. And I believe it would take your time without allowing other speakers to come and, uh,
Yeah.
to you.
So because it is a chat, but this is very educational because, like, to myself, I felt that what we fought for has not been achieved. Do you think that the SPLM, SPLA has achieved its objective that it fought for? Just on the 2 minutes, then we'll allow we'll go
Other, yeah, okay,
and bring Mawut in. Mm.
all right. What I heard back then, we were told justice. I began to know what is justice later on because when I came back and I went to school, I know what justice is. I know equality, what it is. I know what freedom is. Okay, not the freedom that I was told we are fighting for freedom, but what freedom means. Now, we are still long way. First of all, we have to have security before you even attain what is called justice or equality or everything. You have to have a justice. A safety, which is security. Let me tell you this: there's an American guy called Thomas Jefferson. He says the first duty of government, any government, what is called government, because there are certain things, if they are not being met, then government is not government. All right? This is what Thomas Jefferson says. He says the first duty of government, whatever call itself a government, he has to provide, he has to protect innocent life and their property. The role, the primary, if we talk of primary, the initial one, the first duty, the primary duty of government is to protect innocent life and their property. What is property? Property are Dura, bean, cow, goat, sheep, camel, donkey, whatever make a livelihood of human being prosper. So now you can bend down rock or somebody rock or burn, and then you expect them to survive. No. Is what happened in 1991. We have something. I believe if we don't talk some facts here, if we don't acknowledge our own mistakes, all right? If you don't acknowledge your own mistakes, how do you expect victim to forgive you? 1991 was a mistake, of course. It was a big setback. And somebody who have done it, like my child, have to say, okay, I commit a mistake because we all can make a mistake. And then we go on. It would be you who make another mistake. You can make a mistake. Now, what happened? The generation that we meet who have died in Ame, in Achua, in Atepi, in Achua, Ame, Atepi, Pagero, many other places, is the equivalent of the Russian White Army. Because for 3 4 years, our women didn't have children because their cows, their sheep, their goat were taken. They were displaced. They died of the hunger, starvation. We know it's a fact. All this came as a result of the war, no question about it. But somebody say, okay, now it's because of the war. And I made a mistake, okay, fine. But he's my brother. What am I going to do? Eventually, I have to say, okay, now I have to forgive him. So now here, the question, what the current government is meeting, the objective on which we fought for, Absolutely zero. Why I say zero? There is still a cattle rattling now. I mean, cattle raiding now. The people are killing themselves daily basis. If you go to Rumbek, if you go to Jonglei, Pibor, say Nuer, Dinga, and Murle, they are butchering themselves. Unlike before, they are butchering themselves in 1,000 or in 100. Unlike before, in 2007, people were killed almost 89. In 2013, people in Ajong and Pakir, about 80 plus were killed only one day. How many people, how many women give birth to 40 children in Ajong and Pakir in one day? These people, they were accumulated over a number of years, and then somebody came and cut them down just a matter of 2, 3 hours. Finished. So we have no a single. First of all, it was, as I said, justice is not there, equality is not there, freedom is not there. So complete is the complete opposite.
So what people fought for is opposite because if we had to talk of the, sometimes let's say what happened in 1984, 91, 2013, it will all goes to history, and it cannot be denied. That is the work of historians. So we acknowledge there is a big impact, and what we fought for might have not been achieved. So we'll go for a break, but it is very interesting. Uh,
All right.
Thanks so much. We'll go for a break before we welcome Mawut.
All right.
David, can you hear me,
Hello?
brother?
Yes, how are you?
Good, brother.
Yes.
Yeah, dear viewers, we are back. We were on break, and our previous speaker is Majak Aderek. So well done. Thanks so much. And we have been joined by David Gatkek. He is one of the well-known historians. David, can you hear me? Uh, David, David, can you hear me?
I think it's not hearing you.
Okay. David, exit and come back again. David Gatkek, please exit and come back again.
Send him a text, a messenger text.
Oh, okay. Brother David, I think will exit and come back again. We cannot hear him. Okay, let me. David.
I think it froze out.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll bring him back. So the next one is our brother Mawut Mabior, and Mawut will tell us his journey. He will introduce himself and the journey from home to Ethiopia and what he could remember. So welcome, brother Mawut. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you to the viewers.
I'll come back. Continue.
My name is Mawut Mabior Chol. I'm from Twitch East. Twitch East is just north of Bor, and then from Twitch East to Duquesne. So that's where I came from. I um I walked the same route with Majak. So our gateway was Anyido. So all people, all the kids from Duk, Twitch East, all Bor, they all came to Anyadir as a gateway. From Anyadir, we walked the same way, and then we arrived at Panyadir. So before we, I can't remember, Majak may remember, but I can't remember whether it was from Kongkong
To
to
Kela.
Okelo or where. That's where we got. I don't know, Majak, whether you still remember.
Yeah,
There
we're all
was um,
house.
there was a dead body on the left side of the road of the path that we were following, and then by bad luck, the wind was just against us. Was coming. We were just walking against the wind, and you could smell a rotten corpse body from a very far. And then when the smell, as we walked closer, the smell became stronger. And then,
David, please, we tried to add you on, but we couldn't hear you. So please join us again. David Gatkek is one of the great historians. Thank you. Continue, Mawut.
so that was the first time we just seen somebody dead. Was It wasn't buried. So as you walk closer, the smell becomes stronger as I said. So we start running, right?
Right.
So we start running until you just see the body fast. You just run past the body. So that was my first time ever to see left, someone dead, left on under the tree. So
So that,
we,
that was your first time. But in most of the book written by some of the Lost Boys, they say that you people have had a human cop. Is that true?
Not really.
I wouldn't say it is not true because wherever that happened, I may not know, but I have never heard of it. It
Yeah,
is
David, can
something
you
that
hear me
I've
now?
just heard.
David get cat. I think there is a David. David, can you hear me now? Hello, David Gatkek.
Yes, comrade.
Yeah, okay, welcome back. Thank you so much. We apologize for the
You,
inconvenience.
but the voice is not clear.
Okay, you are clear
Your
now.
voice is not clear.
You are clear now. You're clear.
Your voice is cracking. I don't know.
Okay, you are clear now, David.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Yeah. So, dear viewers, we have been joined by David Gatkek. He's one of the historians and South Sudanese, and he's one of the members in the association as well, based in Western Australia. So, David, it will come to your turn later. So, we continue with Mawut. It is a reflection of what the movement, the 16 May anniversary. So, you will tell us more later. Okay, Mawut, welcome.
So from that day, we just knew it was people were suffering. That's what I took out of that day. So we went to Okelo, and then from Okelo we went to Pochala. Then in Pochala we were given maize as a food, and then we were told that you need not to eat a lot because it may kill you, right? Whether it was true or it was just put that way to reserve the ratio that we had, I don't really know. So we proceeded to Panyedo, right? Back home, we were told we are going to school, right? But when we went there, we just ended up under some trees. So we started before starting building some shade to live in, a lot of sickness just start to happen. People were getting sick. Coughing was a big issue. And I remember there was a tamarind tray that was a makeshift clinic that many people that are sick were going to. And that tamarind tray wasn't very far from where we were living. So in the morning, under that tamarind tray, if it comes to around 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, and someone is still lying there, that person is no more. It's gone. So, and then we were taken to groups. That is when people were start mixing. Like when we came, we arrived in tribes, in clan, and all those. But then they introduced some groups, and people would be taken. Say, for example, from Paliao, 5 people will be taken in all court sections like that, and then they were put together as a group. All right, that's your first time to know Majak, who is from far end of Bor. So that will be your first time to introduce yourself to him, and he will also to you. And then Majak, as from that day, is your person. You are not allowed to go back to where you came from, as people were just sneaking out and never came back. So that is how groups were formed. Group 1, 2, 3, until 12. All right. So initially it was group 1, 2, 3, up to 10. Right.
And were the
That
group
was
formed based on clans, or it
no,
was
no,
a
no. That was when they start mixing, putting people together from different tribes, from different clan, and all those. So initially it was us from Jonglei, mostly Dinka, and Dinka from Bargazal initially, right? That formed group 1 up to 10. And then late in
9.
early 1989 or early 88, late 88 there, that's when people from boys from Nuer came, and they formed group 11 and 12. So they were just not put there alone. Some of us were taken.
Yeah, Mawut has dropped off. He will join. Yeah, welcome back. Thank you.
So sorry, someone called me. So
David, try to come back again. Thank you.
when they arrived, all right,
Yeah.
when the boys from Nuer arrived, they were welcome, and some of us were taken to go and form their groups with them. So the lucky one that were taken to live with them, most of them speak Nuer now, as Majak said before. Right. When I was, my first group was group 6. When I was taken there, some boys from Bargazal were brought into, and then we were put together in a shelter, right? Communication was a problem. I can tell you that. You think we are Dinka? Yes, we are Dinka. But to communicate with them was a problem. We couldn't understand them, and I think they couldn't understand us too. So we live in Group 6. That's where I met Majak. We were living together in Group 6. Then, in early 1990, I moved from Group 6 to Marcus Panyendo. So we formed Group 1 and some other groups in Marcus, right? So when the call came, when orders came from the headquarters that we were to move, we were under Young Gurech from Palek. Young Gurech was captain by then, so was in charge of us in Marcus. And then we were told to move to Kapoeta. Those of Majak who were in Panyendo were taken to Bonga, right? So when we left, all right, I'm running out of power. I have to get in.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just okay.
Mhm.
Just so when we left Marcus Panyadu,
Yeah, continue. Let me check.
yep. So when we left Marcus Panyadu, we walk until Jabarat. That is just at the border of Ethiopia and Sudan. And then an order came in that
Are you okay now?
yep, I'm good now.
Yep. Okay. Welcome. We will be joined
So
by David Gatkek soon. Thank you. Continue.
so
Anybody want to join? The forum is open. Thank you.
when we arrived at Jabarat, the Red Army that was in Dimo had already been ordered to go to Kapoeta. And then somehow the information was leaked um, to UN in Addis Ababa, and then they asked the camp leadership that they want to come and check on the kids that were there. So the camp leadership in Dimo knew that they would be in trouble because most of the Red Army that were there were moved already to Kapoeta. So they requested us to come to Dimo so that when UN come there, we would be the boys that have been moved to Capoeira. So we had to move back to Dima. So we stayed there for some time, and then we left Dima, came to Jabarat. We came to a place called Jebel Jisa. That is inside Sudan. No, before Jabarat. That was before Jabarat, I think. So before Jabarat, there was a place called Jebel Jisa.
David, can you hear us?
Yes, yes, I
Okay,
do.
then. Okay, good. Yeah, please, if you drop again, keep coming. Maybe it is internet. It will be your turn soon. Thank you. Okay, continue, Mawut. We are joined by David Gatkek. Will also,
Okay.
yeah.
So leaving Jebel Jisa, there was a kind of a running river that we had to cross, and people that were living there were from Anuak ethnic group, right?
Yeah.
They just told us they were asked of the way, and they just point across the river. That was the way to Javarat. And then when we went there, right,
Yeah.
the grass was so long and it was thick, and there was no road. So we had to crawl from 5 o'clock until 10 p.m.
On foot.
No, we had to crawl.
Okay.
We had to crawl.
Oh
It
no.
was so dark, you couldn't see anything. So what we did, right? You crawl with your knees and one hand on the ground, and one hand you are holding the butt of the gun of someone in front of you.
Also, you have already been recruited. So now I missed it out. So from
Yeah,
Benjamin, okay.
we got trained. I don't want to go back on what Majak has said.
Yeah,
We
that's
got
right.
trained
Mm.
in
And
1989.
and how old were you? Because there are some time that people said I came across one of the lost boys who said he joined the movement when he was at the age of 6. How accurate is that?
No, I wouldn't say that lost boy is wrong, but honestly, I don't know. But we were from age from 11 or 10, 11, 12, up to 15. The oldest were just around 15, right?
Yeah,
So that's how we worked that night, right? So we used to have this kind of handmade bags where we carry bags on our back, all right?
yeah,
And all if you have a spoon, it is in the bag. That night, none of us had a spoon. All got lost. That night, right?
yeah,
One of our most popular soloists in Panyundo and in whole of Red Army, called Chol Farang. Abraham Chol Farang
it's in
is a
Eldoret
priest
now.
now in Kenya,
Mm,
right?
mm,
By bad luck, one of his eyes were injured, was injured that night. A grass just got him. So we realized that in the morning. And then he came with us until Kapoeta, right? From Kapoeta, he was taken for treatment in Kenya. I don't know, was it in Nairobi or somewhere there in Kenya? So we live there. We live in Kapoeta. I'm just making a kind of summary
yeah,
because it is very long.
yeah, it's very long.
So
David, join us again. Thank you.
we we live in Kapoeta briefly. So before the split of the SPLM SPLA, we were in Kapoeta. When when where Young Macha defected from the SPLM SPLA, we were back to military training. We were in military training, and many of us were from Nuer ethnic group, right? And then most of us from Panyindu, we left before we set for final exam for grade 4. So we had completed grade 3, but I did not sit for grade 4 final exam. So
Yeah,
we could hear a bit of English, all right? So after training and all this, we were sitting, many of us, and military officers from Yisuke, Kateri were brought to us. They were deployed with us together because there was a suspicion that the split was imminent. So we gathered that night on 28th of August 1991. We gathered around someone from Apungir, right?
yeah,
Called that officer by name Tingir Tik. He had a radio, all right? We gathered around that radio to hear some news. So we were mixed. Many people from Nuer, so we were just sitting there. When that news broke out, all right, that Riek has defected, people just kept quiet, right?
yeah,
there was no comment at all from anyone. And then you could just get up and go and sleep. You just get up and go and sleep. There was a kind of atmosphere of sadness that engulfed us. So shortly after that, we were just selected, 120 of us.
Before you go to that, like, let's say, what impact have the longest war have had on the South Sudanese? And because he has talked of 91, what about the 2013s? What impact, the negative impact, not the positive, has it brought to us as people are still living the Lost Boys and continue? And I think David has joined us, so we may give him a platform before he drop off. David, he will join. So David, I think before you answer that, Mawut, because David keep dropping off, I think we'll
Yes.
give him a chance. Then you come back. David,
It's
what
in,
we are trying to do is the reflection about.
it's in the network.
Yeah.
It's very important.
Yeah, we will give you a chance. It is a network from your side. Before you drop off, are you there now, David?
I think now it seems the network is very poor from my side. I think so.
Yeah. We will give you a chance. We will give you a chance immediately. We are reflecting.
As a result, I have to drop out. I think
Yeah. So we give you a reflection.
because your voice is continue cutting.
Okay. What does
I
this?
couldn't hear properly.
Okay. What does this day mean to you?
Yeah,
The May anniversary. What?
refresh.
Yeah. David, welcome.
Right.
Hello, David. Hello, David. David.
Okay, now I can't hear. Let me refresh or use another phone. Let me use another phone, maybe.
Okay. Good. Okay.
Let me use my other phone.
Okay. Welcome, Mawut.
Yeah. Let me use another phone. Let me try it, another phone.
Okay. Good. Okay. Thank David. Yeah.
Let
Mawut.
me try to use another phone.
Selected as a group. Then come to the question that I have.
But it seems.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry for interruption. Yeah.
The
I
impact.
think network is the issue.
Yeah, but you are clear now, David. Are you okay now?
It is from my side, I think,
Yeah.
because today all my kids are at home.
Yeah.
And they hide that.
Are you okay now, David?
Yes, I can hear you here.
Okay, that's very good. Now we will give you applause before you drop off. What we're trying to reflect is the anniversary of 16 May. And what does it mean to the people of South Sudan? And where were you on the 16th?
Let me use another issue. Let me use another phone.
Okay.
Let me try. That help. Yes, I would like to contribute it, but the network is now the issue.
Okay.
Let me use another phone. Maybe it may help.
Okay, good. Okay.
Let me use another phone. Yeah, I will come back.
Okay, thank you. Okay, dear viewers, sorry we have one of our guest speakers is having technical issue. Sorry, Mawut, for interfering with you. Continue.
Okay. Starting with the question that you asked.
Yeah. Okay, David has joined. We will see what happened. Yeah, David, is it clear now?
Yes, I think so.
Oh yeah, you're very clear. Welcome, Kwermudit. Okay, it is all about reflection and whether the movement have achieved its objective that it was initiated for. of which the previous speaker, Majang Aderek, said that the movement has failed some of the things like justice, we're young people of the future, and it is the best time for us also to reflect and to give some recommendation. So, since it is clear now, I think Mawut will finish and then you come. The mistake that I made, I did not really count the
Okay.
minutes. So, in case if I'm not fair to all of you, just bear with me. There is always next time. David is a officer in the South Sudan Community Association in Western Australia and one of the historians. So he loves South Sudan history. So thanks. Yeah, continue, Mahmoud.
Okay. So will I start with the answer
Yeah,
to the question that you asked, or?
yeah. The question that I have, yeah, or you cannot be limited because I'm not
Okay.
there to control it.
All right. All right.
Yeah,
Uh,
but put the impact that the war have had on us, especially the 2013 in.
okay.
Not in detail, but in how it has affected everyone, even those who are living in diaspora.
In my opinion, in my honest opinion,
Yeah,
right, that 2013 war has no reason at all. There was no need for fight, right?
yeah,
If you remember, and I think you all remember, right, when South Sudanese voted for the independence of South Sudan, for myself, I have never seen that unity in our people, all right? I
mm,
had never seen that unity in South Sudanese, right? Had we picked up from there with good governance, we would be somewhere now, right? We would be in a better position now as a country. So that war of 2013, the wounds from that war will take time to heal. It has just cracked the very core of what we depended on during the war. That one is completely broken. It will take time for South Sudan to, to come to the level that we were in the bush. I've never heard of any country that your ethnicity becomes your ticket to hell. It is not, but it happened in South Sudan, right? If you are from Bor, you get killed just because you are from that group. We cannot build a country, a viable country, on that bloody tribal foundation. No. And this is where we have failed the country, especially the Red Army. In my opinion, that's where we have failed. We are the one that are sent to battlefield. Those old commanders, they don't go. We are the one that are sent to battlefield. If it comes to corruption in the government, those old youths, they know nothing about internet, right? We are the one that are stealing money on their behalf. So honestly, we have, as a Red Army, we have failed South Sudan.
how did Red Army fail South Sudan and they have not been given a chance in any governance, if I may ask?
You cannot be given a chance, all right, if you don't have a voice. Politically, if you don't have numbers, you cannot be given a chance. Red Army have just fallen short of a unit. and their allegiance to their tribal leaders has become stronger than the love among themselves that made them survive some of the horrible situations they have been in together. So when we arrive home, we become Nuer, we became Dinka, we became whatever. So there is no way that our voice is going to be heard along those lines. Because in our tribes, we have people that are known back home better than we are. And if we let ourselves be divided along the tribal lines, there is no way that we can come.
So we mean the tribal line is failing us because we do rally behind people who is closely related to us. Is it what you're saying?
I wouldn't say that way. I would put it this way, all right?
Yeah,
The tribe do not just call us, right? I'm Dinka, right?
yeah.
Dinka cannot just call me to come and work for their tribal interests. It comes back to me, right? If I accept to be a Dinka chauvinist, right? Then that's my responsibility.
Okay. What is your last message in 2 minutes or 1 minute? Then we go to David. Evangelist James is on the queue from America. So we may be interchanging sometime, and to make it at least very interactive. Thank you. Yeah, continue, Comrade Mahmoud.
So briefly, if we need a sufficient change, a tangible change to come to South Sudan, we need to come together, right? Honestly, our generation, in terms of numbers, is more learned than the older generation in terms of numbers. But the problem is we haven't conceptualized the knowledge that we have. So we just have credentials, but we haven't put it into practice. And knowledge that is not put into practice has no impact at all on the community. So it is about time to wake up.
Very good.
Otherwise, if we don't,
David has gone up again.
if we don't,
Hmm.
chances are we are going to lose the country that we fought for so hard. So it is about time for us to get rid of tribal allegiances and then come together for the nation.
We have been joined by Evangelist James Mabut, who have been serving God for 28 years in the ministry. He's from America. So yesterday, Kuna had have a chance. So I will take one of you up later on when David comes. So yeah, continue, Mabut.
So my message, my
Okay.
message to all South Sudanese, particularly Red Army, is that the tribal lines have taken South Sudan where it is now. Is that not enough a lesson to make us come together and rescue the, the little that we have?
Now, if you were to be the president of South Sudan today, and we are torn apart by the current crisis, if you were to be the president, to bring people together within, let them rise beyond tribal boundaries, what can you do if you were to be the president?
South Sudanese are not bad people. In fact, they are one of the best people to work with. All right. Remember, during the war, it didn't matter whether you are from Dinka, from Nuer, or from any tribe in Equatoria, right? If you were a leader, you are given a unit, like Majak said before. In his platoon, he had 27 Nuban, people from Nuba, right? Did he fail in what he was doing just because he's Dinka? No, it didn't matter. So if I were President Kiir, first thing that I will get rid of is this kind of governance that come from the tribe. I will get rid of that first thing. There is no law that says, or even if there is law, it can be amended. That thing will be my number one
Majak, I will take you
thing
up
to
for
get
a
rid of.
while and then bring David in.
All right.
So for
Yeah.
me,
Mm.
apart
Yep.
from MPs,
Yep.
all right,
Welcome.
apart from elected members of parliament, anyone that I think can work better in ABA, whether that person is from Nuer, from Victoria, doesn't matter. I will just appoint that person to go and work there, right?
Yep.
So that will encourage people to work better, to deliver services better, because they know they are not from that tribe, right? But if they are from that tribe, right, even if they are corrupted, they will be protected by their tribe. So that's why there is a lot of corruption in South Sudan. So number two, right?
Yep.
I will just warn.
Neno,
I will warn the
Neno,
cattle rusters, right? The raiders.
I the gear, I
Yep.
attack a line, attack the tour can over before.
Okay. Yeah. Continue. Yeah.
I will warn them, all right?
Yeah.
But the first the first people that will attack the other
Yeah.
people, if they are from my tribe, right?
Yeah.
I will just send an army to crush them. If we do that for about 3 occasions, people will listen better, right?
Okay.
But if we say like what President said before, when Murley came and bushed some people in Jonglei State, they said they couldn't send an army to intervene because both of them are South Sudanese citizens. There's difference between a citizen that break the law and the one that is being attacked. There
Yep.
should be a law to protect them. They
Oh,
are all citizens, yes, but there is one that has broken the law.
yep. Okay. Let's give David a chance because otherwise he will break up again. Let me. The internet is playing up.
Freedom has come today. We had it free, burning like a fire in the air. We must come through today. We are believers, believing in the struggle. Yeah. We must come through today. Rise up, your banner is waving, hey, freely in the air. Rise up, your flag is waving, hey, freely in the air. Oh, let me hear you sing. We are free at last. We are free at last.
Welcome back again, David, the great historians. Are we free at last? That's the first question.
Yeah,
And what does
yeah.
this day mean to you as a southerner? Then briefly tell us, where were you on the 16th of May? We apologize for any inconvenience that the internet has interrupted you for a while. The previous speakers were Mawut, Mabior, and Majak Aderek. They have shared their experience with us since they were in the Red Army. And the one thing that they embraced is that when they were in Ethiopia, they were more united. And I remember, like, they went to Pachala and they were given a free mess, and they were given those kind of hospitality free, which means all Genovina have contributed equally. So welcome, James Mabut. You are a man of God. We don't want to involve you into this debate that much, because otherwise later on you will talk of a different topic, but your experience would be needed as well. But the speakers have really spoke very well. These are the things that we need to cheer and reflect and see where we went wrong. You are a historian. Anything that happened has to be said accordingly, because otherwise things are changing. Whereby people try to sugarcoat things sometimes doesn't work, but we need to learn from the past. Welcome. Are we free at last?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, we did.
Welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank African World Books for having me in your show.
Someone have called.
Let's celebrate our victory. We are free at last. We are in the promised land. We have made our history. Let's celebrate. We are free at last. 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 Sing it loud. We are free at last. We are free at last. We are free at last. We are.
Okay, James, while we're waiting for David, if you have no message to feed other people
Okay.
in Arabic or English for Arabic speaking pattern, because I don't speak
Guys.
Arabic, and I'm in Gaba. Arabic, but I don't. So what does this day mean to you? Okay, 1 minute, let
أنا
me.
بسلمكم كلكم.
Yeah, David is coming. Yeah, continue.
بسلمكم كلكم. وبنحيي كل نضال شباب بتاعنا، أمهات بتاعنا، أبوات بتاعنا الناضل من أجل تحرير بتاع وطن. لسه قاعدين نذكر 37 سنة. Yes, the song say we are free at last, but it's not yet. We are not free. If we was free, we will not be here. We are still in captives. We will be in South Sudan and celebrate and be happy. But all of us right now, I know all of us here, we're outside of South Sudan. For something wrong, we are not yet free. Why I say that? Because our people been used tribalism as the logo. Thus need to use their self-interest. You didn't see it, not Nuer tribe didn't go to J1. No, it's person. The person didn't go to J1 and take the money and distribute for Nuer. No, or Denka distribute for the Equatorians. No, their salary for their own self. But we need to take that. That's the كلام اللي كان بيقولوا زمان قال عرب قاعد يظلمنا. ده ما عرب. ده زول بيرسون، ده زول واحد قال عرب ولا عرب ده قاعد يظلمنا. كذب. ما في عرب كان قاعد يظلمنا. ده اشخاص كان قاعد يظلم في الناس كلهم كانوا مظلومين. قال حتى جنا امك ممكن يظلمك، ممكن يعمل لك ظلم. شفت جنا امك في البيت بعمل لك ظلم. فعشان tribalism ما فيش اصلا ده خاص قاعد يعمل manipulate عشان الناس هنا ما عندهم awareness الناس بتاعنا عنده خبره ما عنده علم عن الموضوع بتاع السلطه فبدا قاعد يقول شوم ولا ده انا فلان انا علاء وانا كده وانا من قبيله بتاعك ده قاعد يودينا شنو ما في فهنا المشكله بتاعنا we need education awareness to show them what is the government. The government, that's in my view, I take it as though we have 64 tribes, the government is number 65 tribe. For the one tribe, that's the government, marginalized all the South Sudanese.
So you mean that the government
Get them
government they will call number 65. So it's a
number
different
65, yes.
Why?
Yes, they are different tribes. That's the reason right now they chase all the South Sudanese away. They chase them away. All of them in refugees camp. All of them in diaspora. Nobody. If you're talking, you say that's not right, they kill you, and nobody will asking because they have all the powers.
Can I jump in?
But they are different tribes.
Okay. Yeah, Mawut, come in. Do you believe that?
Go ahead.
It's very correct.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So that's the point that I forgot before. Yeah. Right? Yeah. So you think now, after 2013, there was killing between Dinka and Nuer and all those?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Go to Juba now. Riek is welcome and is sitting with Kir. Right? Those who were shooting at each other are still in the bush. Right? Go to Juba now. Right? Say you will explain yourself and apply for a job. They will see if there is a son of Waniga there, he will be given a job first by Kir. If there were a son of Riek Machar there, he will get a job first before you. Why? Because they know Riek Machar is from their tribe. If we don't treat them as a tribe, we will keep fighting. So it's very correct. They're just a tribe. They're not, someone might be Dinka, right? They're just Dinka by names. But they are a tribe called SPLM, SPLA. That's their tribe.
So we mean it's a different tribe, and do you believe that the SPLM have failed the country or that tribe?
So they only become our people when they disagree. If they disagree, that's when they become Dinkas. That's when they become Nuer. But if they are in good terms, they are just in their tribe.
That's really very. I think it's a good.
It's very correct.
Yeah, you're very correct. Yeah. Okay, how can we change that mindset?
Okay.
Of supporting them because we think that they are from our tribe. What can
Peter,
person, a Junupin who have been like supporting the tribe in who call themselves SPLM?
Peter, brother Peter. You see, when we're a migrant, you're a migrant to Australia, and I'm a migrant to America, okay?
Yeah.
Then we have that education, we take the course and we take the test to be a citizen, okay? If you didn't pass the test, you will not to be a citizen, okay? If we need really change, we need to get in within them, and we know what we're doing. We are the one who will change. You cannot change someone that's you outside. Okay? The problem here, you see the Jebel. Gal fi wahed gal kan Jebel der taksir Jebel. Ita taksiru basit. لكن كان داير تمشي تكسر بقوه او ترفع بقوه دارك بفك. Your back will be loose. Your back will be a problem if you need to take that stone, the big stone. ناس ديل عملوا زي الجبل، فالجبل ده لابد منه تكسر براء، تكسر صغير. انت ما تكسره، كان كسرت بطريقه ماسه بقى في راسك بقتلك. فانت داير تمشي جوا وتقعد معاهم هناك وتعمل شغل اللي بيشوفوا فعلا زول ده، هي زول عنده طريقه ثانيه قاعد يعمل شغل، هم بيتعلم في ده. نمبر واحد، ناس ديل هم بيعرفوا قاعدين يعملوا في شنو كويس. في كلام our editor Aken قال is SPLM unite, they eat our resources or our money. If they divide it, they kill us. Okay. فالمشكلتنا إن الناس ديل بيقول لنا الناس الكبار بوليس قاعد يحميهم، لكن لسه الكبار بوليس قاعد يحميهم، لكن لسه صغار ديل بوليس ما قاعد يحميهم، بمسكهم. ده مجرمين، ده قال ده مجرم، لكن في مجرم الكبير ما قاعد يحميهم، ما في زول بمسكه. عندنا في امريكا هنا الناس اللي قاعدين يسال دراك، قاعدين يبيعوا بانجي مخدرات، نازل في ناس كبار بيمسوا يجيبوا حاجات دي هناك من مكسيكو، نازل ما بمسكهم. لكن ناس الصغار اللي بيجي يبيعوا بانج برا هناك بمسكوا، بوليس بمسكهم ودخلهم سجن 6 سنة 7 سنة. لكن ناس اللي بيمسوا يجيبوا ديل ما بمسكهم. ده مجرمين الكبار اللي قاعد يحرسهم، ده بوليس. فمشكلتنا في الجنوب إن دايرين نفتح عين، نشيلوا كلام تقول أنا ولا ده مشكلة نوير أو مشكلة دينكا أو مشكلة إيكاتوريا، إن كلنا تعبانين. He say if the 2 elephants fighting, the grass suffer. The 2 elephants, that's the SPLM, the boss of them. They are fighting, we are the grass. Equatorians, Denka and Nuer, Shuluk, we are the suffering. We need to unite ourselves and know our right. You see, for 21 years, our citizens pay the price. The cattle, the goat, the chicken, everything they've been given, even their children, their own children. That's the time they need to be paid back. But these people didn't pay them back. Even they still take their things. And our people is still suffering right now in the camps. That's the country that's we're fighting for? That's the country our people die? No, it's not. But we need to speak with the one voice, and we need to treat them as the one tribe, and tell them what you're doing is wrong. That's the thing I always say. And we are people in the diaspora. God didn't bring us outside for nothing. He bring us for reason. To get education, and then after that, we will help ourselves first and help our people back in South Sudan. We need to unite and do the good things. If we unite and do the good things back over there, that tribe in South Sudan, they will know we are not worried about them. We will bring the peace, strength and peace to our people back home. But I don't want to say much about it, but I will give chance to those who are in liberation. I was in Khartoum. I was fighting my Arab inside.
How did you fight Arab inside? David, we still have issue. Please, David, come back. We need you, David, Gatkek, please. Okay, you fought your Arab, and sometimes, I do agree, because even Micah, when he was in Juba, there's a police officer. He used to support people who were in the bush, but some people don't know until it is written in books called Life at Stake. The same thing, though, the book called White House by Victor Lugala. That book have talked about how people were mistreated in Juba during the liberation struggle. Those who were in Juba used to be mistreated.
In
So then,
92. In
I
92, I was in Juba.
also you people have really contributed, but sometimes we underestimate. Tell us.
Lual,
Yeah,
Lual,
Yep.
just jump in there.
Okay, good.
So,
Jamin.
in 1991,
Yeah.
right,
Yeah.
there was a massacre in Juba.
Yeah. Oh.
Many
uh,
of us that were in
that's
the bush
that's
Yeah.
did not know.
1992.
Yeah.
1991, there was a big massacre to 1992 in
Yeah.
Juba.
Yeah.
So just go ahead faster. I just wanted to bring it to attention of
Yeah.
Lual.
It
So
is in this book called White House. Yeah.
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 Yes, it was in. It's 1992, my dear. I was in Juba. I get out from Juba 1999.
Okay.
All this time I was in Juba since 1993. For
Oh,
I witnessed all what happened in.
yeah. Let's welcome David. Because David, can you ask?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, David, before you start, because we will give you a chance, we need you actually on board, and because this forum is open, and what our current speaker said, he said the SPLM is a different tribe, because when they united, they kept quiet. When they disagree, they kill our people, and it was supported by James, by Mawut Mabior. So you're not going to answer that one straight. But it came to our attention that the SPLM, we're not saying it has failed, but we think that it is one tribe. So welcome back again, and thank James Mabut for being brave and not to abide by your being a faster. It's by pointing out that the party whom that we have supported all along have let us down. The same thing to Mawud Mabio. Thanks so much, David. Welcome.
Thanks you one more, Comrade Peter Lual and Comrade Mawud. I don't know the other brother.
Yeah, James, and the first one was
Oh,
Majak.
okay,
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
James, brother James.
yeah.
Nice to meet you in this medium. Uh, it is my gratitude for the World Book channel to welcome me in this medium. First of all, I would first like to congratulate the people of South Sudan for their long resilience and the hardship that they experienced during the war, the sacrifice that they exerted for our freedom and liberty. Yesterday for us, and I think today for Americans, it is we are celebrating the 16 May. 16 May, which is number 37 of our adversaries of 16 May. The people of South Sudan are celebrating this historical day, and from this forum also I saluted our living heroes and heroines and our deads, those who offered their soul for our freedoms and joy. I saluted them from their graves. They actually fought to free us from the yoke of this continual Arab regime in the north. So today is a historical day, even though our country is bleeding. But there is a sunrise, always there is sunrise and sunset. When the sunrise, definitely it will set. So that is our hope. You asked me a question, whether we are free at last. Yes, I said yes, we free. We got our independence. We got our hard-won independence of Sudan through our blood. Yes, we got our the flag of the South Sudan is flying high among the flag of the nations in New York. We got our freedom, and that flag, no one would bring it down. But those who are actually abusing their power, they will go. But South Sudan will remain. The flag of South Sudan will remain from this generation up to upcoming generation. So that is our hope. Yes, we got our independence, but the others' freedom had been snatched away from us. And these are fixable. They will be fixed. The time will tell when this problem will be tackled one and for all. I believe the mess we are in, we shall overcome them in the name of the Republic of South Sudan and the name of those martyrs who died because they want to liberate this great country called South Sudan. I believe from the bottom of my heart that our people did not betray us. The people of South Sudan, they love their country, and if you could see Peter, wherever they are, whether they are in moon, they are on the earth, they do wear, they always carry their national flag. The national flag that they do carry symbolize their love of the South Sudan. Yes, we have got a many challenge. If I could go back, South Sudanese people, we need to appreciate them. We the living, this generation. Our ancestors, they fought for us to live in that great land called South Sudan. South Sudan, we call it hard-won independent because it claimed about 4 million lives. It is a hard-won independent. Many lives were lost because to bring us where we are today. Even though the freedom fighters of yesterday turned to be oppressors today, history will judge them. The history will judge them. And the soul of those who died also will hold them. I believe from bottom of my heart that we are a great nation. We won our hard-won independence from the successive Arab Islamic regime in the north. Let me go back. Our political independence for South Sudan took about 5 political passes. One, when we were pushed in 1400 by the Arabs in the northern Sudan, so we were pushed to the south, where we are reside at the moment. So from 1821, when the Turkish and the Arab tried to invade our land, South Sudanese civilians formed a civil resistance movement from 1821 to 1955. So they formed, according to the short history of Sudan, there is a civilian resistance movement in the south. And that was spearheaded by Nuer, Zandi, and the Aliab in Europe. And many resistant across the nation. They resist the invaders who are actually trying to invade our country. We got many errors. Many errors. King Barwi of Zandi was killed. King of Zandi, Prophet Kulang, and many errors and heroines also lost their lives during the Turkish Egyptian regime or Anglo condominium authority regime in Sudan. So it went on until this is a one political path that we should acknowledge. that those people, they maintain our country. Should they allow the Turkish, the Arabs, and the Anglo, the British, now South Sudan will not be ours. But our people with their local white armies, like the spear, fishing spear, they resist with the bow and arrows, they resist those invaders. The fighting took a long time, and it went on, many people got killed. This is the one political path. The second political path, from 1947, the political discourse changed from the call of the resistance of the invasion to the political call. The Rajab conference that was conducted on the 2nd of June to the 3rd of June. Hello?
Yes.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, you are
Yep.
clear.
Okay. So the Rajab conference, called Juba conference, that was conducted on the 2nd of June to the 3rd of June,
47.
1947. Our South Sudanese people, they demand the federalism as a governance in Sudan. That call was resisted by the Arabs and also was resisted also by the Egyptian, who act on behalf of the Arab of Sudan. They resist the call. Dr. Chengeti, and instead work actually to divert the call of South Sudanese, and they conclude that South Sudanese, at the end of the conference, that South Sudanese demand united Sudan. But people at that time, yet they say, yes, Sudan is going to be a one country, but we need a federalism. That is the self-autonomy or self-rule for South Sudan region. But Arab, they organize a protest, they demonstrated and write in their palace card that there's no federalism in one nation and no two system in one country. So from there, our people were oppressed, but the struggle continues. That is one political path. The second political path, on 18 August 1955, there was a mutiny in Torit. From there, the South Sudanese army, who were at that time in South Sudan Defense Forces.
Is it the revolution on the Equatorial Mountain by John Gay wrote a book about it? Yeah.
Yeah. The mutiny of Torit.
Yeah.
On 18 August 1955.
Yep.
6 months before independence of Sudan. So our people, they rebelled against the regime, the Egyptian, and because Egyptians will act on behalf of the Sudanese, in which from there they changed Sunday, which who was a holidays for the Christian, to Friday. They abolished the Sunday, and they say only the public holiday in Sudan will be Friday. From there, it actually aggressed the South Sudanese Christian, in which in that fighting in Torit, the bishop of Torit at that time joined the rank of those mutiny soldiers. Father Sanino Luru rebelled with mutiny soldiers, in which they managed to kill all the Arab officers and burn them in a graveyard in Torit. Then from there, when the government of Sudan sent the forces, so they were pushed out, then that is the beginning of the formation of Anyanya 1. Anyanya is the Zandi word, Madi word, which means poison. Poison. So they formed that movement. They mean to poison the north, that these northerners will be poisoned. So they formed what is called Anyanya. Anyanya 1 fought for 17 years until the 24th March 1972. where Addis Ababa agreement was signed. So they again were not silent because some Anyanya, when they were observed in Sudan Armed Forces, they refused even to surrender the guns to the north. So some remained in the bush. It was until 24 April 1975 where there is another mountain in the town of Akobo. Those of Benson Quine Lerjo rebel, Bull Ku rebel, Michael Wa Lerjo rebel, James W. rebel, and Dailan Puar, the father of James Gadedak. They rebelled in the town of Torit. They managed to kill somebody called Abdallah Quat. Abdul Quat was the one who killed William Degnial, Honorable William Degnial, in Rubek. He was an officer of Sudan. Then the government of Sudan sent him to Akobo. But those of Benson killed him. And then from there, they marched toward Ethiopia, where they established the Biel Farm training camp. From 1975 to 1983, 8 years, the Anyanya 2, that was Anyanya 2. Anyanya 2 stayed from the movement for 8 years. That is the second, this is the second political pass. The third one was the formation of the SPLM-SPLA. On the 16th May 1983, there was also a mutiny of Gadi Jinubia. That was me, Arba, or me, Kamsa. Okay, and then 106 and 107. 105, 104, 105, they were in Boton, place called Malwal Chad. They stationed in Malwal Chad and then they rebelled because the government of Sudan told them to transfer, was planning to transfer them to the north. And then from there they resist. And those Muntis were led by Kalbino Kwanyin Bol. Kalbino Kwanyin Bol rebelled in the Boton. And in the same night, Idris Banna, who was a defense minister, was actually cheated by late Dr. John Garang the Mabior. Garang told him that I want the car for me to go to Bor and quelling the rebellion. Because those rebel, me Arba, me Okamsa, if I go there, I will manage to convene Kalbino Kwanyan Bor. But at the same time, Garang was planning to go. And then Idris Banna, Yani Dagas. So let Dr. John Garang to board. At the same night, there was a fighting. And then already when Garang came, and then Garang did not arrive in the place called Malwal Shad. Then from there, fighting broke out. And Garang is niche out of the Bhutan on his way. And all of them, they marched toward Belfam. And then on the 6th of May, William Nyon, on the 6th of June, William Nyon in Ayod, rebel, managed to kill all the Sudan Armed Forces in the town of Ayod. And also on the 7th of June, Captain Rehumashoy rebelled in the town of Akobo, in the town of Pibor, in the town of Pibor. So all those forces, they marched toward Bielfa. And then from there were the two groups. The group of Manyanya 2 were in Iten, and group of the new arrival of the Mi Arba, Mi Okamsa, Mi Sita, Mi Saba, they stationed in Iten until the formation of the SPLM-SPLA. So there was a setback, but that was the third pass. The SPLM-SPLA was formed under the late Dr. John Garang, the Mabior. Garang fought grossly, without mercy, for 21 years until God took his soul, until the enemy took his soul, and on the 30th of June 2005, 30th of July, 30th of political struggle. Fourth phase of political struggle. The fifth one was from 2005 when late Dr. John Garang died. Our incompetent President Salva Kiir Mayar, yes, deputized by Dr. Riek Machar, they work hard for implementation of CPA. So until they took us into the 9th July 2011, where we overwhelmingly voted for our freedom, independence of Sudan, 98.6%, 98.5%. South Sudanese vote overwhelmingly for independence. Only 2% vote for unity. So this is a great victory for the people of South Sudan. The 16 May. 16 May is a historical day. We have also the Matai Day, which is the 30 July annually, and our Independent Day. These three historical days need to be remembered by this generation and upcoming generation. Our people did not betray us. Our freedom fighters, they fought grossly. And on the way of freedom, we lost heroes and heroines. Those heroes and heroines led by led Dr. John Garang the Mabior, who was the chairman of the SPLM SPLA and commander-in-chief of the SPLM, the chairman of the NDA. Garang died on all helicopter crash that was in Emerton Mountain. Unfortunately, he was shot by the enemy of South Sudan, and he died. So Allah Yaramu. From there, along the way of freedom, and then the second man of the movement, Kalbino Kwanyin Bol, died also on the path of the freedom. Those comrades, whether they are killed by their brothers or they are killed by enemies, is one. So they also fall, they love their home. We have to appreciate them. They love their home for the national cause. And as a result, whether we are killed by their brothers or enemy, is a one goal. So Kalbino Kwanyin Bol was killed, died, also on the path of the freedom. We have also the third man of the SPLM SPLA High Command, William Nyon Machar Lual, also died. We have also the fourth man is still alive, Salva Kiir Mayardit. And then we have the fifth man also died. That was Nyachigak Nyachuluk. Nyachigak Nyachuluk was killed by the enemy. And then you have also the sixth man of the hierarchy of the SPLM political military high command, John Kulafur Will, died. And then that is number 7. Number 8, Dr. Riek Machar is still alive. Number 9, Dr. Lama Kol is still alive. And then you have number 10. You have number 10 was late Yusuf Kwa and Maki, died. Also, number 11, James Waniga alive. Number 12, Daniel Weddercourt was alive. Number 13, Kwalmanyang Dukchao alive. And then number 14, number 14, Lual Dingwall died. Number 16, Lual Dingwall, and then Martin Manuel died. And then you have Galario Modigo Rinyang died. You have Joseph Odwo Ayak died. And then you have Basin Kwany Ledjor died. John Gordon Kwang Chol Kulang is still alive. And then you have Dol Chol died. So these are the hierarchy. Those who were SPLM, SPLA, alternative high command, they fall on the way of the freedom.
There is a suggestion from Tongjiang. Tongjiang said that number 5 was Arok Tola Rocks. Can you confirm that?
Yes, yes. So yeah. Sorry. Yes, yes, it's right. Number 5 was Aroton Arok. Number 6 was Nyashigak Nyashuluk. Number 7 was John Kulam Podwell. Number 8, Dr. Riek Machar. Number 9, Dr. Lama Col. Number 10, Yusuf Paul Maki. Number 11 was James Waniga. Number 13 was Daniel Wedakot. And then you have Kolmanyang, and then the rest. So anyhow,
Okay.
the
Look
hierarchy is
here.
not important. The hierarchy is
You have
important.
really.
And also on the side, we have lost also from the side of Anyanya too. Late Guy Tut Kulang died. Samuel Guy Tut Kulang died. And also Uncle Kwadatem died, and William Shodang also died. So those leaders, they took up army for freedom and liberty, even though the objective of the movement divide them. So we, the living, we have to consider them. These people, these are our heroes and heroines who actually fought. Some of these leaders, they fought in Anyanya 1. They fought in Anyanya 1, in Anyanya 2, and SPLM.
Have you
So
mentioned Major,
we have need to acknowledge them.
Major
So,
guy?
brothers and
Also,
sisters,
yeah.
it is unfortunate that within a month, we claim we lost about almost 12 leaders, and some of these, they were the freedom fighters. So number 1, let me read for you those who we lost during this month, only less than a month. Now, I think 3 weeks. We lost Professor Agri Ayuen Majok. This guy, he was from Denkabor. He was former vice president of Juba of John Garang Memorial University of Science and Technology. And he was a vice chancellor of University of Rumbek. So this guy, we lost him 3 weeks ago, last month, 3 weeks ago. And then we have Brigadier Rokobom Ariam Kun Nai from Denkabur also. He was a great teacher. Also, he died, and he taught also the Dehammer Vinyokush military training, and also this guy lost his life. We have Lieutenant General Maria Noor Jok from Yirul, who was a former head of military intelligence MI in South Sudan. We lost him. And then we have General Madenga Duel from the Bentiu Nuer. He was the head of the South Sudan People Defense Forces logistic at Bielfa military headquarters. And then number 5, we lost Lieutenant General Lia Diudan. This guy, he was the first man who fired the bullet in Bentiu in 1992. He rebelled in the garrison of Mankin in Bentiu, and he was in Anyanya 1, Anyanya 2. He was in Anyanya 1. Also, he was in Anyanya 2, and during the SPLM, he was in the SPLM until his death. So, and then we have number 6, we have Justin Panchol Wel Alier from the Denka board, who was the former judge, Supreme Court, Justice for South Sudan. This guy was a former judge, Supreme Court. He was one of the core Supreme Court for South Sudan, but he died last week. And then we have Major General Matuj Akol Dot from Agar. This guy also was a police officer, and who worked in the Minister of Interior in South Sudan. He died. Then we have Major General Ajang John Job from the Denka Twitch of Jonglei. This guy also died 3 weeks ago. And then we have Major General Tangwa Lual from Eastern Jikay from Nasser. This guy, Eastern Jikay Nuer, this guy was a military intelligence officer in Bielfarm. He died also, lost his life. And then we have Major General Jacob Mantuj from Agar. So those errors, we love them. Lend them a man. So let us pray to God that let this death not rob us anymore, because we had enough. We lost many heroes and heroines. And as a result, if the death could rob our leaders, and then we lost about 11 of them. We have another general also called Machar, I think he's from Ruwen. Also, he died 4 days ago. So as a result, and he is a major general. This is a very great loss to the nation. So we pray to God that let this death stop. Let the death not robbing us anymore. So that is what I can contribute. If you
Yeah,
have any question, you can ask.
David Gatkek, it is unbelievable, and you have proved that you are a great historian. And the speech that you have delivered, it is something very educational, something that will inspire other people, something that will even bring the people of South Sudan together. Because sometimes, if we don't come into one forum, we may not know who we are. You are an elder. You have shown how a patriot you are by acknowledging the contribution made by individual South Sudanese who took up for the benefit of the living. They did it for the living, but it is our responsibility to acknowledge them. So you have shown how elders could play a role to bring the people of South Sudan together. It is a great pleasure that we have asked you, and I think we will give chance to Mawut and also uh, James to acknowledge also what they have. Let's, we need historians. These people, they have not just only died; the life has gone, but a lot of experience that they have acquired during the liberation is also gone. And that's why Africa World Book has always been advocating that let elders write books such that they share whatever they went through with us. Now we have lost life, and the history of liberation struggle is gone. It is something that we will never retrieve. You see? So it is a great pleasure. And
Uh,
we
yes,
enjoy.
before I get to Mawut,
Yeah.
let me send this message to the people of South Sudan.
Okay, good.
Peter, Comrade Peter, I was admiring when you are narrating the story of your sacrifice during the war, especially Jesh Amar. My younger brothers was with you, Jesh Amar. I was not there. Even I will not tell the bush life, the hardship that you experienced during our long run struggle. Yes, you fought. My younger brother, who was behind me, yes, was with you. But this guy, he managed to get a chance to go to Cuba. Then he was trained. So after he was trained as a military officer, he was killed in the town of Torit. His name is Isaac Tap Chang. He's my younger brother. So this guy, we lost him in Torit, and I appreciate you, the Jesh Hammer. You show your patriotism by, even though you were taken at a young age, you grown up like orphans, where your mom, your dad, your uncles were not there. But what united you is your comradeship at that time. let that comradeship exist, because the comradeship is very important than tribe. One of my Mawut and my comrade James, they mentioned that there is a new tribe emerged, and that is SPLM. Let me tell you, the SPLM, SPLA, the SPLM, SPLA have no other problem. It was formed, it was well organized, it was formed, but individuals within the SPLA, they actually tarnish the image of the movement. That is why the name SPLM becomes so monotonous, now becomes so boring. People of South Sudan, they run away when they hear SPLM. So it was made by the enemy of the SPLM to tarnish the image of the SPLM, so the South Sudan will run away from it. And those groups, they were led by the Katiba Chamcham. We, in Khartoum, we have got two groups. And then Jay Amar Fidakhel. Okay, we were also, I myself, I was Jay Amar Fidakhel. Yani, if you could remember during the war, at the Figad Amma, Fijay Sudan, if you get a military headquarters of Sudan, there were the SPLA officers were sitting Jay Sudan. That is why there was a leaked report. If you could follow the radio SPLA, SPLA, there were a leaked report. And who leaked those information? They were the SPLM within. So we also don't undermine our role. We were also Hammer, Dakit. Okay? And what we do, we silence the Arab. Arab, before they used to say, so Jinubin housing, you know. Who silent them? It is we. We Hammer and Khartoum. And then we learn Arabic language. We understood them. We tell them why our people took up armies in 1983 against the Khartoum, and why people will continue resisting the Arab Islamization and Arabization policy. So we used, when I was in university and when we were in secondary school, we used to conduct political rally, symposium in Sudan. And from there, we used to invite the Arab, include professors from different universities, from University of Bahar Ghazal, University of Upper Nile, University of Nilet, Sudan University, Omdurman University, and then Bahar University. We used to invite them, and then we used to conduct a rally where we explain to them where were the objective of the SPLM SPLA. So that is why Arab in the north, and instead of asking did you be in our sin, you know, and then they come to their son, they know the reason why you guys took up armies and fight them, because there was no media like this, where the SPLM, SPLA army soldiers or politicians would express the reason why they took up army. But we in Jejalamar for Khartoum, we were the one who silenced them. We tell them the reason. So we were Jehammer, fi Jehammer barra, fi Jehammer min al-dakhil. I myself, David, I was one of Jehammer fi dakhil. So from Khartoum, we have got also a group, Katiba Shabshab. This group, these are the opportunists that were used by the Arab to go and fight the SPLA. This one we call them Katiba Shamsham. This Katiba Shamsham, now they are the ones surrounding Bain Salfakir. If you could see left and right, they are the one, they free the freedom fighters, those who offered their soul for our liberty and joy, they free them out. Now the opportunists, they are the lead. They are the one driving us to the abyss. They are not driving South Sudan to abyss. So Katiba Chamcham, we have now a new SPLM. And these are SPLM, they are double dealers. Mu'tamar Watani, they mean Kezan, Bidai Chuman, Mu'tamar Watani, Marab, sometimes they say SPLM were here and they did not mean it. It is a Kezan. And then a Kezan, Dakhal Arka Shabi. Yani Haula, Yani fi Gasar Jumuri. So this is a very unfortunate. The freedom fighters who fought and been pushed out, the opportunity has come in.
That is another great term. Okay. There is a connection issue. David, are you there? Hello?
I think David is gone.
Yeah, okay.
Declare our independence, our
Yeah.
wordwood independence South Sudan. The flag of the South Sudan is flying high among the nation, and no one will bring it down. This is a good hope for the people of South Sudan. But our freedom of speech, our freedom of expression, our freedom of press, our freedom of movement, our freedom of association, our freedom of worship had been grabbed away by these opportunists. We will
Mike.
call Katiba Cham. So
Okay.
let this Katiba Cham continue their rule until the time will come. The time will come. There will be always there is a sunset and a sunrise. When the sun rises, always the sun sets. So let us
Um,
stop. I can stop from here.
Thank you so much. Before you guys could come in, our elder has really spoken by, with heart often, has given some good advice. And that reminds me, Katiba Cham Cham. Cham is in Dinga also is Cham in Lower and even in
Yeah.
Trans. So Katiba Cham Cham, there was on the 6th of December, one of the former governor of Lake State, Chol Tong Mayai, said, we are foreign governors governing you. What is your response to that? Because that was on the 6th, he said, we are foreign governors governing you, which means you are right in that context. Do you think that Katipa Cham Cham have taken over the SPLM?
Yes. Yes, they did. They did. This group, they are not from the Dinka alone. They are from the Nuer. They are from the Chuluk. They are from Equatoria. I know them by name.
Oh, don't mention them. Okay.
They were the one used to talk in Sudan TV at that time. They are the enemy of the SPLM number one. They hate enemy. They hate SPLM to death. So these people, they have got a hidden agenda. This group. Yeah, they hijack our hardwood independent. They free the freedom fighters who fought for the freedom of people of South Sudan. They pushed them out, and now they came in. These people, they have got two hidden agenda. One is to pitting the country among itself. Hit tribe against tribe. يعني جلابه بقول كان اضرب اب بالاب. Okay, دق الاب بالاب. Now these people, they execute this order. Now the South Sudanese are killing themselves and they are enjoying their life in J1. So this group, they are now actually feeding the country, causing the country to bleed among itself. That is why you hear when the 16 May, they don't respect it. From 16 May, they send the criminal from Morle to go and attack the Gabor and the Nuer in Jonglei. Now, they have a fighting that took place yesterday. It took about 6 hours fighting. The Murle were armed to teeth. They have a big artillery. And who armed them? The question mark. It is our leader from J1. They armed Murle to go and attack Nuer, to go and attack Dengabor. So it is unfortunate that about 600 people died yesterday. And those people need to, they died in the historical day. So you can see from here. And at the same time, our people are killing themselves in between those of Denkawarab and the Bulnuer. They had been fighting for 3 days. So many lives had been lost. From the Twitch Mayar, from the Awan Chanyol of where Salva Kiir came, there were a group who went and attacked the Bull, and Bull also also went and attacked them. So they had been fighting for 3 days. Many lives had been lost. I don't know how many lives had been lost. Also in Great Equatoria, people are dying. So look, how can you fight during the historical day? which show that these people, they have got a hidden agenda. So now the country is killing itself, and they are enjoying their life in J1. They are enjoying their life in J1. These people, they actually work to destroy the SPLM, and they did. They did. Now the SPLM, the freedom fighters, SPLM, SPLA, now is split it into 5 antagonistic groups. Few group it are IG, SPLM IG, led by President Salva Kiir Mayar, and then you have SPLM IO, led by Dr. Riek Machar. Then you have SPLM former detainees, led by one Jannah White, led by the Deng Alor Paul. And then you have a real SPLM led by Fagana Mum. And then you have Thomas Rilo. Thomas Rilo is one of the SPLM. And also the South Sudan United Front, led by General Paul Malonga One, is also a SPLM. So now these people, now they divide the SPLM into 5 antagonistic groups. So they did. They fractured the ruling party, SPLM, because they hate SPLM to death. As a result, they work for its destruction, and now they succeed. They succeed on one hidden agenda. The second hidden agenda, now they are working on it. These people, they feed tribe against tribe. That is why you see Apok and Agok are fighting in Warap. And then you have Nabmalo and Nabagok, they are fighting in Tony. And then you have Pakam and Rob, they are fighting in Rumbek, in Agar. And then you have Aliap and Twitch.
David Gatkek, we acknowledge David Tanya as well. He said the SPLM is still in control. Do you agree with that, with his statement?
No.
Why?
No. No. What is those who are in control? These are half NIF and half SPLM. In the daytime, they shout the name SPLM, SPLA. But during the night, they are Kezan, Matamar Watani. They communicate with Khartoum. So now the SPLM is not in control.
Do you have
because if the SPLM party is in control, SPLM will not split it into six antagonistic groups.
I agree with you. Yes.
Those factions, they are all SPLM.
Okay.
They are all SPLM.
Yeah, let's give chance to other people. I think you have really
so now the country is bleeding. Those 600 lives that were lost yesterday, they're supposed to not die during our historical day. But as J1 Majabu cover, people are dying in Bentiu and Warab, Nas Majabu cover. People are now dying in Juba, in central Equatoria, western Equatoria, Nas Majabu cover. So I don't know when Nazir will cover. When the elephant grab a big wood and hit the J1. This is where they will hear that a problem has knocked their door. So people of South Sudan are killing themselves. Yeah, in South Sudan, it is like a headless fish. We cannot be eaten. It's like a headless fish. It's a headless state. So we are in a police state. The country is in the state of bloodbath. But let us not lose hope. All this conspiracy that had been waged against the people of South Sudan, we shall overcome in the name of the Republic of South Sudan. So I can stop here. Brother, thank you, and I will leave.
That was a great speech and great presentation, David. We really felt inspired and appreciative, and people will continue watching. We have learned that there is Katiba Cham Cham, and we thought that it is Baida, So, and still you have encouraged us to embrace our unity and the vision and the mission that our people fought for. So, the Wida. Anytime, feel free to come back. Mr. Chairman David Tang, I think we don't agree with you.
I thank you all. You are Buddhist. You are now selling our history to the people of South Sudan. You Africa, you are with you. We shall thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chairman of the SPLM. If you want to join and come and tell us why you disagree with us or with the speaker with regard to SPLM being in charge, then you can join us. Okay, welcome back again. Thanks so much for your patience. We were also expecting the SPLM former chairperson of New Zealand, Dr. Atem Deng, to join us later on. We are kind of like continue with the reflection. So thanks. Yeah. Mawut, yeah, welcome. If you have any,
Okay, give James a chance first
yeah,
because he was cut short
yeah,
before
David,
finishing his thing, and
yeah,
I like the way he's putting his ideas across.
yeah,
So, James, please.
David, welcome. Yeah.
Okay, I
James,
think we've been.
James,
Uh,
David Gatkek has stated something very important about our leaders are not only leaders, people are dying, and he asked for prayers for people to continue praying. You are a man of God, so I need you to take note of that as well, and the
oh,
people of God should continue praying. Yeah.
yes. Yeah, it's just nothing we can do about it because everything have time. It's not in our hand, but we will keep praying for them. You said we hear everything, but the things that we have in all our cultures. They say when you push your hand, you say this person is the one have problem, bring problem to us. You push only one hand, one fingers, but you have three fingers pointing you. You say we just need to forget that we don't want to point the finger those who do this or do this. If we see all this, the chaos, what happened in our country, it just not start overnight. It's not overnight, my brother. I remember that I hear it. I don't know. That's you know it. You're coming over there. You are the same people. You're coming in one side. The same thing Muhammad. Zaman gali gulakum Muhammad enak. Muhammad dia nas kibda, nas kalawi, hajat al kwez elian. Gal Muhammad. Hajat el bada enak. فهنا corruption ما جاء بعد حسا يا بين الناس اللي بيقولوا في الناس السموتا شمتما جاي من خرطوم وناس INF أجاد البدا من غابة هناك. I remember we have, and I will not mention his name, but it's one of the commander that was in area between Bor and Jemeza. He been doing all that stuff, and the soldiers was mad. The SPLA soldiers mad from him and really tied him tough. And in the last, they coming and release him, and the soldiers was not get any food. For this thing is not overnight. What happened right now is it starts since 1983. That's the time that happened with corruption, and it's coming to be the thing that people been use it. It's normal. You remember
So,
sometime
so,
if we go
so
back,
you don't you
if
don't agree with the cham cham term? You said cham cham is everywhere. Is it?
James,
yeah,
James,
it's I said before. I say even your brother can take your stuff. Your
James,
brother, yeah,
James and the James
James.
Kamara. Yeah.
We are just missing where you started. You are responding to David, but we need.
yeah.
I'm interested in picking up from the massacre in 1992 in Juba, and then go
Okay,
from there. Just
okay,
leave.
Yeah.
Don't
okay.
respond to what James said. David
Thank
said.
you,
Yeah.
thank you. Okay, that's in 1992. They start in that was in June 2nd, 1992. June 6, 1992, and if failed, didn't succeed. June 7, 1992. That's the time they've been killed 450 military officer in headquarters. That's Katiba Mil Satasha. Then the SPLA went back, didn't come in, get out from Juba, and they left people over there. And Commander Jadala and Thomas. Thomas was that's the one is in the headquarters of the military in Juba in airport. Akan masuk mata. Jadala kan enak fis jihad bita mudarat. فجدال قام ماشي في وتوماس فضل في الصباح 92 شهر 7 صباح جاء شمس الدين فشمس الدين جاء وقام طلع مع توماس سوا مشي للقيادة فمشي شعب هناك ناس كان قتلوا كثير الضباط كان جزء من عبدين فشمس الدين قال لتوماس قال انت عملت شغل كويس فتوماس عرف ان الزول ده ميني توماس قام رجع لمطار وقام مشي قتلوا دابت كان مشي وراه وقام طلع من هناك مشي للوري وقام طلع مشي في غابة. بعد زمن ده يا حصل بقى مسكة في جوبا بقى قتلوا ناس قتل كان ما كويس over 5,000 بين مسكة in جوبا. ناس بيشيلوا ضباط بوليس ضباط جمارك ضباط جيش بمسكوهم وديهم في بيت الأبيض بمسكوا يقتلوهم ما بيرجعوا. فكان قتل صعب قتل ما كويس وده السبب اللي خلي أنا ناس كتير من إيكواتوريانز قام ضموا لحركة في 92 ناس كتير مشوا. ده كان مسكة كان حصل سنة 92 فناس سافرت ناس اللي بيقول ناس إيكواتوريا ما سافر أو ناس إيكواتوريا ما عمل أي حاجة في سنة 92 ناس دفع برايس I was witness مش كان في جوبا ده كله كان في مناطق بتاع إيكواتوريا كله كويس فجنوبين دفع ثمن. The South Sudanese paid the price for this country. Everyone. وناس بقى طلع في جوبا وماشي في خرطوم ماشي الناس ماشي هناك سفر برضه تعبانين. We're fighting in different angles for this country to be liberated. Nobody will raise his head up to say I'm fight better than the other one. No, we all fight for this country to be called South Sudan. In the last, nobody win the war, but in the last we win by the board. The board does liberate South Sudan, and we was united, and we was take the SPLA. That's the one people of South Sudan take them in their head. But in the last, our people put us down. We go back right now, like I'm saying before, is the 65 tribe. I call them 65 tribe. That's the tribe if we didn't pay attention for that, we will suffer for long. Because they have everything. They have everything. They have power. They can use me and you with what they have, the dollars. Because they say the poor, it say, Kali Kalbak, let your dog to be anger, then you give him some a little bit small food, then it will go behind you. Kali Kalbak yadba, يكون جو ويتباع. خلي الكلب بتاعك يكون جعان والكلب ده بيمشي وراك. فده سبب هسه جنوبين بقى جعان بقى ما عندهم اي حاجه فبقى بخلي ناس SPLA ده بخليهم بمشوا وراهم حتى ولو بقى كذب. فاحنا دايرين جنوبين دايرين نفتح عين بتاعنا. ما في سبب اننا قاعدين نقتل بعض. حتى هسه بيقولوا لنا زي هسه قبل شويه قال 600 ماشي مات for 3 days or 6 hours. See, that's a loss for South Sudanese. We're supposed not to kill ourselves. We're supposed to put the law. Because it's not the first time that's Murle to go fight Nuer and fight Denka. That's seen in the beginning. But they was have law. I remember in 1984 between the Boya and the Denga. There was take the military. That's a military. That's police military. دفاع مدني. أدا هناك في كوبويتا وتوريد ماشي وقف حرب بين الدنجا وبويا because of cattle raiding. For we need to unite. The solution is not fighting to fight ourselves. Solution, we need to sit down and see the problem and solve the problem. But we need just to come ourselves as the South Sudanese, we are one. And leave what the politics say over there. They are selfish. They are the selfish individuals. They are not for us. As what the Chol Tong Mahi said. He said, we are the foreigners govern you. Because why he said, he explained. He don't want to be explained. He say because our kid, they eat ice cream.
Yeah.
They have ice cream. They go in best school, but the best hospital. They're all outside. He explain it, but your kid no. Okay, but we just need to understand why our people that they know what they're doing. These people don't say that they don't know. They know it. That's the reason they build the houses, they buy houses outside in Kenya and Uganda. They know South Sudan will have war. That's the reason they're hiding their kids over there. They don't care about us. They care about themselves. They say they suffer too much for 21 years, but they need to pay themselves back. Because they take what Dr. John said. He said, Belada, Betfana, Bodilena Hajatanin will pay us back. They say it for themselves right now. But we just need to unite as people in the diaspora and unite and help our people and give awareness to our people. Then our people will understand. Because now if you see now, everybody, oh, that Denka, then Nuer, oh, Denka, Nuer. This one cannot help us. We give them more powers to stay more in the powers. But if we educate our people to unite themselves and know their truth, because our people don't know right now, if you tell someone, hey, petrol, let the petrol betana. Gula na let petrol ta hukuma kasa na denga del. Gula kero hukuma. Aka go hukuma ache kako. Petrol hukuma, de petrol ta hukuma. They have to hukuma. No. Aja del da hajar betana. That's sabab now we're fighting to have everything. But I will give chance to our brothers. Then later, if I have anything to edit, then I can edit. Thank you, brother.
That was really good. So you have justified that Katiba Chamcham and the SPLMs are a new emerging tribe. Okay, welcome. Mawut.
They are all one.
Yeah, they are on one. Okay, welcome, Mawut.
Look here, Lual. What we cannot afford at this time, it is pointing fingers. All right? We have got it wrong, all of us. Whether you were in the SPLM, SPLA, or you were in Sudan, we got it wrong. Right? So that we cannot afford to point fingers. Right? if I may ask, well, there might have been Katiba Chamcham in Khartoum or in Sudan, all right? But did they get into the government by force? No,
No.
they did not. So the problem is with the SPLM, SPLA leadership. Whoever that is doing wrong through them because they gave them a chance. So we cannot afford to point fingers at this time. What we can afford is to unite against them, right? They got it wrong, and to tell them that they got it wrong, it is going to be costly. It is going to cost lives, right? So let's not forget that people are disappearing in Juba now, not because they have done anything wrong, but because they have said something right, which is seen as a wrong thing from those who are benefiting. So I can tell you this, all right? People talk of dictators. No one is born a dictator. We make them, right? There is no dictator without people that are supporting them. So for someone to be a dictator, there must be supporters that make him or her what they are. So Kir alone cannot destroy South Sudan. He has a lot of supporters, and these supporters are benefiting from the way the country is being managed, right? Until those benefits that they are getting stops, their loyalty will not stop. They say loyalty stops when benefit stops or where benefit stops. As long as they are benefiting, they will still be loyal to Kiev, right? And I can also tell you this, right? From the five high command members that we have now, right? Kir is a better leader among them. I can tell you that. Kir is the better leader among them, right? So if we need a better leader that will save South Sudanese, we have to get rid of them all. There is no one better that is left among the five high command that were in the SPLM, SPLA. Kir was the best among them. So if we need good governance, we have to get rid of all of them. And the easiest way of getting rid of all of them, it is for all South Sudanese to unite. We cannot afford to be tribalist and hope for change to come from heaven. No, that cannot happen. The change has to come within South Sudanese. So I don't know whether you are able to get Majak back.
Yeah, I will ask him again.
Yep. Yeah, just ask him because I would like
Okay.
us to wrap up together and then yeah,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Continue, and I will try to check my jack.
So South Sudanese have the responsibility to change, to steer South Sudan into the direction that they want. So it is their responsibility.
Yep.
So the SPLM, SPLA is infiltrated. That's right. Right?
Yeah, and
But
that's
it's
where
still.
that's where Katiba Chamcham fit in.
Well, but who gave them a chance? Who gave them a chance?
That's
It
true.
is still responsibility of SPLM, SPLA. So whatever that has gone wrong or what they have got right, it is their responsibility. You cannot take credit,
True.
all right? You cannot choose to take credit and don't take the blame.
So you now said the leadership is the one who is responsible for bringing back Katiba Chamcham,
Yep.
and then the failure is still being blamed on the leadership.
Well,
Yeah,
it is not blame on them. It is their responsibility.
to fix it.
Yep.
Okay. You have called also for the unity of South Sudanese to rise beyond tribal boundaries. Do you think that is the best way? And how possible is it? How can we really do it?
Well, if John Garang did it without pay, all right,
Yeah.
chances are it can be done. Now, people are getting paid, right?
Yeah.
John Garang did it and there was no payment, right? Just compare. Do the right thing now, get into the government, you get paid.
Mm.
Before, there was no payment, and people accepted to offer their lives, to offer whatever that they had voluntarily, right? Now, people are getting paid. So it is easier now than it was before.
Okay.
What is
That's
what is
good.
the point? What is the point of gaining education if you are
We
not
are
going to help
joined
your
by
people?
Majak to come and wrap up.
Yep.
Welcome, Majak. Welcome back. Thanks so much for your patience and the contribution. Uh, we are going to close up soon. The previous speaker was David Gatkek, and James Mabut from America. We thank him as well. So
Let us pray for our freedom marchers. Let us pray for our freedom fighters. I pray for those who fought and are fighting for the independence of our country. Cause they possess qualities that are unsurpassed by any fighter today. Let us pray for our freedom marchers. Let us pray for our freedom fighters. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. Many heroes we lost along the way of freedom. Let us honor William Lee, Saturnino Locoren, Ali Batala, Ferdinando Goy. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. Many heroes we lost along the way of freedom. Let us honor Clement Boro, Emmanuel Abur, Africa Day, Philip Babush. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. Many heroes we lost along the way of freedom. Let us honor John Garang, Francis Ngor, William Nyon, Carabino Kwani. Many friends we lost along the way of freedom. lost all of the way of freedom. Let us honor Yusuf Kuwait, Bio Yukwan, Samuel Gaitu, Abdallah Shaw, many friends. We lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes. We lost all of the way of freedom. Let us honor Agerbu, Martin Manuel, Joseph Oduro, Etikat Nyashelu, many friends. We lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes. We lost all of the way of freedom. Many friends. We lost all of the way of freedom. Many, many heroes. We lost all of the way of freedom. Many friends. We lost all of the way of freedom.
The liberation of South Sudan took the longest time, and many people have lost their life during the liberation struggle. And this day is the day to remember them, the 37th anniversary of the SPLMs. Regardless of the challenges, we are proud of being South Sudanese. We are refugees because of the war. We did not choose where we belong. We still thank God for the opportunity given to us by our second home, like Australia, America, US, and also New Zealand and many other countries like Norway, and the support given by friends of the South Sudanese during the liberation struggle. Without them, we would have not survived, and without their support, we would have not even have the country. So, welcome back, our beautiful speakers. It was kind of reflection, and in case if we have offended anyone, I apologize on behalf of our team. I'm not a journalist, but I'm just trying to give our people opportunity to discuss things matters, and we think that our history is changing. So that's why we need to have a view of those who were part of and person of the liberation struggle at a very early age. We thank the Australian chairperson David Tange for having organized yesterday event with his team across Australia, the chapters. We thank our previous speaker, David Gatkek, who is not here, for his wonderful message. David has oftenly expressed his view without, attaching himself to any party, which is really good. And James Mabut, thanks as well, Mawut Mabior and Majak, for the opportunity that you have given to us. It was a short notice, but you are always welcome. What we do here is another liberation. This is Africa World Book Plex. We do publication. And the reason why we're doing it is to make sure that our stories are written correctly for the benefit of the current generation and whoever will come after. We have had a very long struggle which has deprived our people from accessing education, especially the formal education. Nothing much has been written by the South Sudanese, and which means we shall be losing our, stories of the liberation struggle and even the cultures, which will be a big disaster. I'm very grateful to those who have written books about about South Sudan, and you are welcome anytime to come and at least share your experience in a different field, anything to do with stories. We were expecting the New Zealand, the former chairperson, Dr. Santino at him, but he's running late. He's also a very busy man. We may host him anytime, and few other representatives from different states will join us anytime. We will continue to remember what you people went to the bush for. It was not just something done within a day, and it has to end. No, many people have died of your age, and those people will be remembered through what you people will do. If you do good things, let's continue praying for our country, South Sudan. leaders, to develop a country is not an individual effort. It needs all of us to be peaceful and do. I do sometimes say, Kir Mayadit is a great person. He said when uh, I think after the death of Dr. John Grant, he said that his car is a car without reverse gear, and he had really managed the car because without his patience, we would have not achieved our referendums because our northerners were trying very hard to make sure that the car is stopped or returned back. But President Key was also very patient, and he had driven the car safely. The same thing, Paulina Matip Nials, I respect him. He said that was on the same magazine. He said that the death of Dr. John Grant has united Southerners. And he meant it. After that, after the death of Dr. John Grant, he joined Salva Kiir, and they worked together until freedom or independence was achieved. Those things sometimes people will take them out of context, but they meant a lot. So when I first read that statement from Paulina Matip, I took it very negatively. But after I digested, it meant that Junopin will work together to make sure that South Sudan vision is achieved. So let's support our leadership. Let's criticize them and give them feedback. Because positive critics, I think, would always help. So we thank you so much, and we welcome now to summarize it.
Mm.
Yeah, and we shall be joined by the chairperson of the SPLM in Australia, because this was organized with his effort. And David Henge, who is based in Melbourne, will join soon. So yeah, continue.
So I just want to add this
Yeah,
briefly before my summary,
yeah,
right?
yeah,
If there is something important that South Sudanese have done, it is making sure they made sure South Sudan is an independent country, right? To depend a person is one thing, but to depend a legacy of a person is another thing altogether. So depending a legacy of a person is more important than depending a person. So South Sudanese, I have a very big hope in South Sudanese. All we need is a leader that will work for all of us. If we united during the war, there's no point that we cannot unite now. So I just, I'm not hopeless. I'm not pessimistic about situation of South Sudan. All we need is a leader that will work for all of us, not for few individuals. What has turned out now, as James Mawut said, SPLM, SPLA is a tribe. Is a tribe that is taking national resources to service their own tribe, called SPLM, SPLA. What is the difference between a mistreatment from somebody you know and mistreatment from someone you don't know? It is the same mistreatment. No one can sufficiently depend that SPLM, SPLA is much better than the old regimes that have been in Khartoum. There's no difference. People are disappearing in Juba. People are killed at night in Juba, right? What is the difference? What has changed is the name. only name. That has changed.
In
But
charge of who?
the killing is still there. You cannot lose 2.5 million lives just to be doing the same thing. Does it worth it? No, it doesn't. And we can arguably say that the life in South Sudan is worse
Yeah.
than it was before 1983. South Sudanese are
Go to
very
my
simple
car.
people to be
Yeah, charging
serviced, to be pleased.
smooth.
First of all, under Sudanese government, all Sudanese government, all right, there was no service delivery in South Sudan. None at all. There was nothing. Had SPLM, SPLA started with roads, schools, hospitals, SPLM, SPLA would have ruled South Sudan for more than 100 years because no one would have cared if there were hospital, at least a good hospital at its state capital, each state of South Sudan. No one would have cared. No one would have cared what is happening in Juba if there were roads, highway from Numili to Abyei. All right? No one would have cared. No one would have cared if there were schools at Boma level. But look, even malaria, all right? If a politician now in the government is diagnosed with malaria, they will come to Nairobi. Their children are learning in Nairobi. They are running a country like a refugee camp. In a refugee camp, you don't build something permanent because you can be moved anytime. That's what is happening in South Sudan. They are buying houses in Australia, in USA, in Kenya.
No? Give me his charger.
Why? Why are they doing that? They are doing that because they know what they are doing is wrong. That's why they are not investing in the country.
Mom, guess what?
And
Mama,
whoever
guess what?
defends
I
the
got a
status quo
phone.
is part of the problem.
Mama, guess what?
Give me your
That's
charger,
how
mama.
that's how I look at it. I don't need any benefit from South Sudan. I'm
Give me your
grateful.
charger.
I'm grateful I'm here today. And I'm somewhere where I can work. I don't need anything from South Sudan. All that I need are those people in the villages to get services, to be secured. That's all I need. I don't need anything from South Sudan. I'm grateful that I'm here today. I'm grateful that I saw a flag of South Sudan being raised. Many people wanted to see that flag being raised, but they did not. So let's be honest about the situation back home. It is not right. If you say that they have done wrong and you go there, if you are lucky, you escape people that are going to kill you. Is that a country? Is that the country that people fought for? No, it is not.
And
So to
and
say,
that reminds us, like the diaspora team who have accumulated education will never find it easier to get back to the country. And if they are not allowed to participate in the national developments, how can we help in the development? That was another question, but just to emphasize, yeah. So our government need to improve the freedom of speech, and even the Bible itself, Proverb number 12, said, "He who love correction, love knowledge, and he who is not is stupid." Because we learn through mistakes. Anything that you show, like you point out that this is wrong, and if I improve it, it will become part of my way of doing things. So yeah, continue.
well, look here, Peter. All right.
Yeah.
To understand them, you got to understand their background, right?
Yeah.
In the military, the most senior person is everything, right? Whatever they say, that's it,
That's
whether it
Halamet.
is the wrong thing or not. So let's not forget they
Yeah.
are getting used to something that is new to them. Being told that they have done wrong, it is something new. It is a culture that they don't know.
That's true.
So let's be mindful of that too. So when we tell them that the country is not being run in the right way, it is like a death sentence for us. I can tell you that. So when we criticize them, just know that you are in trouble. Because saying no to what the senior to you has said is insubordination in a military term. So, but lo kalipta talamat bitat zol kabir, you are in trouble already. Many people have been killed during the war because of that. So to understand them, you got to understand where they came from. So they are not politicians. They are just military
That's
officers.
true.
They are not politicians at all. A politician is criticized every day and they get used to it. But these people are not politicians. They are military officers. So when they are criticized, they take it in a military way and they overreact. So we need to work together. Just this is another liberation. Phase
Yes.
one has finished. This phase two
Yeah.
is going to be costly too. Let's not forget that.
Yes.
It is going to be costly. And Brother James, I always admire listening to how people survive within the enemy, right? When we were in the bushes, okay, we thought people that were in Khartoum were against us. That our brothers that were in Khartoum, in Juba, were against us. But when things open up and we start interacting with some of your group, we start understanding how you people have suffered. And sometimes some of your sufferings are more than what we went through.
Thank you.
So South Sudan, it is for all of us, right?
Yeah. Yes.
When we were fighting the Arabs, there was no mention of us fighting for our own benefit. There was nothing like that. I have never heard of that. But what is happening now? It is like SPLM, SPLA got independent of South Sudan through battlefield. Had SPLM, SPLA fought for that war for 21 years. And then civil population in South Sudan voted for unity. We would be fighting now. We would still be
No.
fighting now. In my opinion, South Sudan is for South Sudanese. They got absolute right to say whatever they want to say. There is no one that can claim that they have contributed more than anyone else.
True.
And our history is being corrupted. It is being corrupted in the way that if I narrate what I have gone through, I do it in a way that have done more than any other South Sudanese. As I said before, independence of the country is too big a thing to be achieved by a few individuals. It is a big thing. So we all contributed. And if that one is not in the heart of the leadership of South Sudan, we will go nowhere. We will go nowhere. If we still believe I contributed more than any one of you, we will go nowhere. Each and every South Sudanese has a history to tell. Some of the important histories that our generation should know will die with some of the soldiers that are illiterate. They cannot write. They have no chance in leadership to tell their side of history. They will die with it. So, my generation, the duty is to do the good thing by South Sudanese. That's my last message. Sorry for taking long, but that's
No, no,
my
no.
last message.
It is very
Do
interesting.
Let us do the good thing by South Sudanese.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yep. Yep. Thanks so much, Majak. Welcome back. I know it has been a long discussion, but it was our time because we have continued enjoying new things. Because I was not part of the Lost Boys, and sometimes we do read some of the information, but it seemed to be kind of not distorted, but it need to be improved a little bit because there is a bit of exaggerations. But we thank those who have already put the thing together. So welcome. We are almost to close. And I think we shall be joined by David Tang, the chairperson in Australia, later on. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for welcoming me back. Yeah, it's been a while now. I initially opened these talks. My name again is Majak Aderek. How some of you know me, and I want to introduce my name. My final remark is when you are given a public office,
Is in or not yet?
the public office,
Peter.
okay,
Yeah.
when you are given a public office,
Is in or not yet? Okay. Let me just put
Not yet.
some.
Yeah, not yet. You will close it with the prayers. Yeah.
oh
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah. So let me Jack
So,
continue. Yeah.
so
yeah.
what our leaders always are after is only to dip their hand into the public coffers because they are anxious because most of our current leadership, not all of them, most of them didn't went to school, and not because they were dumb, but because of the war. So they felt insecure, and whenever they saw the public coffers, they saw it. They have to loot it ruthlessly so that to enrich themselves, knowing that tomorrow or next tomorrow they might not be there. But that's not the case. They have credit. They have a lot of credit. They fought for that nation. Therefore, it doesn't matter whether they went to school or not. They'll still be given a due respect for the contributions or commitment they have tried upon the liberation of our nation. So that one thing, there are so many things we might not be able to achieve in our time. For instance, there is only one tangible or visible things now. Wherever you go, they say land belongs to the community. And I believed some of the people, like as I said, the 27 of my Nuba friends, some of them shed their blood in Kapoeta, in Torit, in Nisitu, in Mapao, Nirakon, many other places. And freedom was one sole items of the liberations, being free, freedom of expression, freedom of movement, freedom of religion. So am I free now in South Sudan to go and maybe put up or erect up my heart out somewhere that I chose to? No. You say land belong to the community. That's the recent terminology I had back in 2013. Land belong to the community. So sooner or later, this community become a nation of their own. Because they wouldn't be able to allow other people to come in. They have to know who is that person before they give you, maybe before you purchase a piece of land. And you and I know all over the world, land belong to the government because one of the assets the government generates its revenues. So what would our government get their revenues if the land belonged to community? What would they build out a school, hospital, or a recreation area? There are so many things. Now, the other reason why people go for retirement is not because you become dumb or you don't know things anymore. It's because to allow a new blood to be injected in, a fresh ideas, a fresh man, a energetic guy, so that they will keep a system very steady. But now, even people who are now 48 years, 50 years, they're still being considered young. They're still being considered young. Anyway, what I would say is this: change is mechanical. Change is one at a time. Uh, what happened in 2013 is the major setback. That major setback, we're not going to recuperate from it anytime sooner. Also, what we didn't have before our Southerners was only to fake up things. We begin to fake up things now, running around, buying some papers, because you have the board, you have your guns, you buy a paper. So combine these two, so you be a Superman. So who would question your credibility? You fought the war of liberation. You are a
What happened, Peter?
you are general.
Nothing.
You have your
Okay.
paper. So now you become a questionable individual in the system. So the system become you, and you become the system. What I'm saying here, I experienced most of it. I went there full time. Every time I went there, I go with my pen, and everything. I write it down. Every time I have to come up with something new, something peculiar. But all in all, we're not going to lose hope. Hasma would say we have to remain optimistic, always. If we went through life, death, anger, a lot of stuff, things are going to change. How he put it exactly, SPLM would have ruled that nation for over 100 plus. Look, why Dr. Machar defected in 1991 and formed his own SPLM Nasser faction. Later on, SIM, SPDF, and he came back to Mother SPLA. Damakol, same thing. He rebelled for a second time, whether or not I might be using what is called a political correctness. There was a differences again, and there was a split. They went there, and when they went there, they still SPLA in the government, SPLA in opposition. What is that in the SPLA? What is that? A reform cannot come unless you change. You change what the method that you were in. When you want to change, you change the methodology. If you use the same methodology, how you expect me to achieve a different result? Anyway, we have so many things. But when people talk, this is where we have to know where did we make mistake, where we have to go. But always, leadership must listen, must be patient, must learn, so that he will just use this one as a springboard. All right? The leadership is not about rank, it's not about money, okay? Not the position or about money. It's nothing. Leadership is about change and direction. A change and direction. A change always is something hard. But one leader knows because in his mind, there in neurocortex, he knows very well the direction he pointed at, people are going to appreciate him later on. So something people don't know, they always resist. They always resist it. People always resist it. But as a leader, you inflame people so that you head them into a new territory. Because leader will have to be the best among the people. If not, it has to listen to the wise people. It has to listen to the wise counsel. But who is the wise in South Sudan then? Nobody's wise. Not only South Sudan, but now here in diaspora. Who is the wise? Who is not wise? None. But are we all wise? No. God gave you, He gave James, He gave Mawut, myself, and some of the people a different gift. One people are in your area of gift, you'll be able to help because you are endowed with a certain ability. But a jack of all trades is a master of none. We are all jack of all trades. Anyway, it's become late, and I should have talked a lot. But next time is the beginning. It's my first time to be in your show. I talk about my past, phase one. How did I left up to Ethiopia, from Ethiopia to Tori, and then from Tori there all the way up. I didn't talk about it up to Warajupa, up to Lado or Queen. I didn't talk about it. It might be another day.
Yeah, that
But
would be really nice. We need part two. We need part two. If you people have time, let me know. We shall be there, and another Red Army who want to share their experience with us. Not with us, because this will go to the YouTube and also it will be watched by other people. That is always welcome. So we are very appreciative of
it's
the
okay.
honor. Yeah.
Anyway, that freedom, that liberation, if you go to Juba or some other cities, there are some people who go to their bed without a food. The children of heroes and heroines, the martyrs of veterans, they now become scavengers. They are one littering all major streets, markets, hotels, baking, all right? And who are their parents? They laid the foundation for that nation. And the life is the precious one, is the number one we ever have. If somebody give up his life for us, all right, like yesterday I talked, we only thank our people one. I mean, like we, the one who knew Dr. John, or plus some of the elite there, like Rock Tonaro, Martin Majere guy, Carbino Kwanyin, William Nyon, Nyachinga, Nyachulo, all of them. We knew them, we knew their contributions. We are not thanking them. What of my child, what would we be able to know about those leaders if we don't have information? We didn't document that achievement, that praise, that speech to inspire this generation. It would be nothing. Most of our heroes were killed in the bush. None of them were buried. They were all eaten by wildlife. They were all eaten by the bird of prey. What is the honor we have them? We have their kids. For those who have their kids, who have their wives, are the ones that I've talked about. They have become scavengers. So, what a nation who doesn't give a thank, recognition, and honor to the people who given up their ultimate gift of life? Who are those? Anyway, to cut it short, next time we'll come and we'll talk more. So it'll be now almost 3 hours. So I will rest my case there. But all in all, we shall be hoping South Sudan will be a better nation. And the one who have died are the one who are going to be remembered in our history forever. Since we are here, we have to put down their achievement. We can't let them go in vain. So that later on say, yeah, Master X, oh, plan, peace, all, as if you just met him on the street. Anyway, thank you.
You're
Peter,
welcome.
and may
Yeah.
God bless you all. Thank you
God
very much.
bless you. Last week, before Mawut come in, sorry Mawut, Abalwell in Dinka. You know what happened? Mawut era no koi ko jo luon. Kwan ran pan luna jang dai chwe. The same thing, Majak, our cousins. also from Luon, Lundit. So the importance of history. Ku kana bi wo ben kuno family because you know what happened mabude chai and a chat to attack ku jelo karan to pa na Luon. Ku kai ranon jolo diet on chakwan ku jolo log diet o kai pa na Luon da chwe toy wet ka jang kidong jang tiok ku lunatiok. So something will happen from time to time. Chanin ku ngich kurote ke lui or lui promoted because getting to know ourselves that is very important part of it can easily promote unity among ourselves. So you are part of my family tree in Abi. The same thing, Lawepa Lake. We are one family. And that one also, even we have this one here about Lloyd Dutchwick. We follow Dutchwick, we combination of clan and how we arrive in place. To Tinman, Queen Ayukudado, put book cake acknowledge, Queen Ajiben Jalapta, you always settle. How did you people end up in a bay? Ku Boko, Boko Dung Palek. If we do all these things, it is a work of anthropology. Kekalibe door a little promoted in the sense that abangi majak arwewo bang de mamade ku man baba enga kan nyan kena lekin long dane fan tiok ko family you know very important chan now ko erwandi so Mawut ke lo wiru tubu is it the same thing to long majak is it the same thing to long brother James Mabut ran fan jo luon so kageben ayan ke community encourage beke their kadang is stories bigger written and the same thing to long kulawa koi ke chitong tor and we are advocating as well that they ran when toki if there is an elder just try to take oral history from him what is important it can be transcribed later on because Africa World Book doesn't have the resources to support these veterans who fought the war. I want to share with Honorable Kwalmanyang, and I'm very grateful. He is working on his book. That's based on the conversation that I had with him. I told him like our veterans are aging, and as they are aging, it will reach a time that they will even forget their experience during the liberation struggle. That is this year. But because of the country is in crisis, there are no finances, so they are unable as well, and that should be done by the Minister of Education. Anyway, it is another topic of the day, another day. So the two of you, I would be happy anytime for you to come back if you want, so that we keep, because there is a program by Africa World Book called Feed the Social Media with the Right Information. There are some times that our children would be watching what we are saying today. But if we keep putting all the, anything that is not educational, it will be of no benefit and they will be confused. So I welcome you, and the forum is open. And our brother Mabut, Ranpan Joe Luon, Majak, I think Adini is from Abbey. I call upon Luon or a Kachakalawan, go Ladu, Dashwek, Buku Jago, Abanyade. So in a book privately, but it's very important. So I encourage Mawut and other viewers to try to bangi yang arwah kan in where and where. So can have unity da. Kunir to be promoted. I was honored chan bama bud bangi even tiok ek luon day ek celebrated. A day da buka celebrate with the o koi pa lun the tiok kuluna jang o to da chwe.
That's good. Yeah. طبعا work شيء دايرين نعمل كسودانيز as general. Our people, everybody need to be in the government. Everybody need to be in government. But the government cannot take
One of the brothers, Dan in Kola Raj, If we don't stop the rebellions, then South Sudan will go nowhere. So yeah, we will talk about it anytime, and I agree with you. So yeah, Mabut, make it brief and close it with a
Okay.
word of prayers.
Okay. Uh, our problem with South Sudan is the government cannot take all of us. We cannot work all of us in the government. We need to find something else to do it. Then we can help our government. The all educated, everybody have PhD, have master degree, have bachelor. Let us not see ourselves. If you have PhD, don't see someone have master degree, you are better than him. No. Or someone have bachelor, not to see someone have diploma. To see that that should be nothing. No. You just have short a little bit of knowledge that you got in school. You don't know everything. That's the thing our people don't understand. If you get some of people that have PhD, they say they know everything. Okay? Or somebody today finished their PhD today, and someone finished their PhD 20 years or 30 years ago, he will say he better than the people that finished PhD in 30 years. Oh, that's the problem right now. Make our country to be in chaos. Everybody need to be president. No, I have theory that as Denka, if you have Kilongin kaninda torta bagar be katir في مراه باقين بخلوا ما بكون تاني عشان يمشي يولد بيشيلوا برا بخلي بكون بولد كويس اللي بيجيبوا نيانتايات ايك روي تون ايك روي اكي تون بانين كيد كويس فده مشكله في الجنوب مشكله في الجنوب ان كل واحد داير يكون ده المشكله جاب كاياس كويس SPLM هم قال دايرين يعملوا سلطه دايرين يكون رؤساء كير لسه ما خلصوا السلطه حقه ما قال خلاص انا ما انزل وبعد كده خلي تعمل انتخابات كل الناس قاعدين فوق دايرين سلطه فده سبب الجام مشاكل كله كويس فاحنا دايرين يكون في صبر انت في بيتكم كان في ابوك انت ما بتقول ابوك لسه كان ما مات انت ما بتقول لك ده تشيل السلطه كل ده تشيل اي حاجه نو ابوك يا لسه مسؤول فده السبب بتاعنا مشاكل بتاعنا تكبر طمع في عربي بيقول طمع ما جمع كويس فمشكلتنا لابد ان نجيب نفوسنا تحت ونقدر نعمل نساعد انت كان عندك بيجي زول ما عنده بيجي ساعد الزول ما عنده بيجي اديه علم بتاعك ده عشان بكره كان باش ينزل وبقول والله فلان ده كان ساعد البلد يكون يفضل في مكان زي كان صبر وقرا واخر حاجه زمان قرا جامعات ولا سلطه فخلينا نصبر خلينا نعمل حاجه كويسه الناس اللي ذكرك let us unite ourselves we are people in the diaspora let us unite it. What we have right now we build it here. Then when we build it, we will go build something back in South Sudan. We can do a school. We can build a school over there. Build a small school, something better. Then the people see you, they will call you, they will bring you in. But that's all I can say. Let us just be patient. And our future is bright. The hope is over there. Let us have hope, not lose hope. Our country will be better. All this country was half war, have all that chaos, but in the end, they're coming to be a better country. But we will have better South Sudan tomorrow. Let us have hope, not lose the hope. But I thank you for all of you. Thank you for bringing me in, Peter. Let us pray.
Yeah, you're welcome. 1 minute. We were waiting. Also, we were expecting Dr. Atem. Dr. Santino Atem is one of the former chairperson of the SPLM in New Zealand. And I think he will join us, but I don't know. So you can close it with prayers. But if he comes, then I'll give him a chance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let us bow our head. Heavenly Father, we come before you, Lord. We acknowledge we are not good enough. We sin against your will. We not love ourselves as you love us. Bring your love in our midst, in our heart, in our leaders' heart. We pray, God, let you protect our leaders in Juba. Be with them, Lord. Take away all the sickness that's right now among them. We pray for those who lost their loved one. Give them courage and comfort, Lord. And we pray, Lord, those who take arm, fighting themselves right now in Jonglei State, in Warab State, in Lake State. Lord, we pray, let you bring a peace between them, Lord. Forgive them, Lord, because they don't know what they're doing. We pray, Lord, let you bring your peace, personal understanding to be among us. And we pray for those who diaspora, Lord, unite them. Bring them together, Lord. Let them see themselves as the South Sudanese, and you create them in that country. Let them be united. We're asking you all this through our Lord Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day. And yes, I'll be waiting for.
Thank you. God bless
Bye.
you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to meet you, brothers. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. Bye.
Sudan, William, dear viewers, this period again. This was last show for the 16th May anniversary. We were doing the reflection, especially those who were involved in the liberation struggle and those who joined when they were young. It is sometimes very good for people to reflect and to revisit the past. Because Dr. John Grant said, if you don't have the past, then you don't have the future. There are some times that human does forget things quite frequent. And if we keep reminding ourselves, then we'll appreciate where we are, whether we are in Australia, America, Canada, or in other European countries. Our children may not know what brought us here. We do not have any choice, but we came as a result of war. Uh, and we were the lucky few because there are many people who are still in the refugees camp since 1992. They do not have a choice. But you, the lucky few, I would advise each individual to invest time wisely in something that will benefit you as individual and also that will benefit the host country, your second home, and our homeland, South Sudan. I know that the war in South Sudan took the longest time, resources, life has been lost, but there is hope that the future will pay it us back. So let's be patient. Let's be patient, such that everything has an end. We are joined by the chairperson of the former chairperson of the SPLMs, at him, Dr. Santino. Dr. Santino also is a counselor, someone who has served, in the liberation struggle at a very young age. They even wrote books which was connectively put together by some of them in the European countries and also in Australia and New Zealand. Dr. Santino is a counselor and a parenting practitioner. If you are a parent and you need some sort of guidance, Dr. Santino would be in a position to help. He's a man who doesn't have boundaries, very humble and very hardworking gentleman who does things not because of the return, but he does things with the having in mind that anything that can benefit human beings, he's ready to offer it. He is currently working for Foundation House in Melbourne. It's another good organization that does deliver services to the community. And we asked Dr. Santino, uh, he dropped up, but he will come. We asked Dr. Santino to come and at least share with us his experience of the liberation struggle. But maybe in the next few days, he will come back to share with us information about the mental health uh, management strategies. Dr. Santino, if you are there, please try to come back. And our viewers, those who are still watching, regardless of the numbers, uh, in the Bible it is said, many were called and few were chosen. So we are always very appreciative to the few people who have chosen to watch what we are doing. Uh, so, Dr. Santino, welcome. I know you had a long day helping the community at this time of coronavirus. The counselors, you people have been working very hard to help us a lot. There is pressure here and there. So we had kind of anniversary celebrations, which started yesterday, and we are very appreciative of the SPLM chairperson in Australia, David Tang, and the party members. Today we had the same continuation to reflect. You have been in the leadership. You went to Juba a few years ago on behalf of the diaspora team representing the SPLM New Zealand and Australia. Uh, what can you share with our audience? I know that it is too late in Melbourne, but we are honored to have you. We will not keep you for a very long time, but if you have any message to share with our people across the globe, that would be really nice. I already made a bit of introduction, but in case you can talk much about, you've got a very long CV with a lot of experience. But what I emphasize, parents are struggling with teaching children as per now, but it is something that we can talk maybe next week if you have time, and also something to do with mental health, because our people, all of us, were affected psychologically by the war back home and the current crisis that we are in. Welcome, Dr. Santino Atem Deng.
Thank you, Brother Peter. I'm really sorry I was in a meeting for a very long time. Matter of fact, 4 hours and a half meeting. It's to do with I'm also involved in some kind of leadership trying to solve some issues, and some are sometimes to do with what is happening back home. As we've been trying our best to make sure that there is peace in our country and in our respective communities. Line was a bit funny because first time I used this kind of mode to connect on live. But as you mentioned, I missed some of what you said because I dropped out. As you can tell, my name there. I went to New Zealand in 2000, beginning of it. Then moved to Australia here over 7 years ago to come and do my PhD. Yesterday was a very special day. I went to Ethiopia at a very young age in 1987. And so we have gone through a lot that, very common sort of issues.
So how far is Ethiopia from your place to Ethiopia? It looked very far to me.
It took a couple of months or more. I think I was lucky. I was going with, we were going in group, but then I ended up going with one of Mulaz Mawel, they call it, Mulaz Mawel. And this guy, that time, the rank were not as much as they are today. You find Mentaga Kidebes is being commanded by Chawich or Kibawel or something like that. So he was the most senior, or Mulazim Thane, the most senior wherever we go. So we don't have to struggle finding somewhere to sleep or to eat. So I guess a bit of lucky in that regard to travel efficiently in comparison to others who were really struggling because they, bunch of civilians and they don't have much high-ranking military accompanying them. So when we arrive in Ethiopia, that is when we end up in being separated. I was going with my relatives, so you have to be dispersed, make sure that we are mixed up. We're not relatives are not together. So I'm not gonna go into the stories of all the things that happened and what happened before we end up in schools after that. But what is important is the fact that many of us left. We were, maybe some of us were not fully aware of what was going on, but we know for the fact that there was a war that targeted our people. The very area that I went to school to, it's called in my local area, was burned down literally by the regime in Khartoum. I think it was the time of, was it Swaradab? I can't remember, because a lot of people left. I think the Mary left before we went to Ethiopia.
Yeah.
And then Swaradab, Sadiq Al-Mahdi, and then Bashir came after, and then we got stuck with him and until the time then he left now. So we know what we went through, and I always share some videos that I find, because I find them very moving and really a good reminder for us.
Yeah,
all of us, what we have gone through.
Yeah, that's another one, because you have been cheering a lot, and one person asked me, Santino has been cheering all this. So, and I say, yes, it was part of the movement. But let's say you have traveled that far to Ethiopia. What were you told? And do you think that you have achieved your dream of what you were told, if it was education? I think you have really achieved it, because now you have your PhD. And I asked you the other day why you don't go and help back home. That is a different question of another day, because it is part of the diaspora that you people represent and should be participating in national development. but we have all chosen to stay here because there are people here as well who need your help in different fields. So yeah, I will not go for that. But do you think that the objective of which the movement started have been achieved?
Um, Peter, it's really heartbreaking the fact that what we have gone through seem to be forgotten quickly, and sometimes people get involved in the self-indulgent kind of behaviors, whether corruption or neglecting vulnerable people, and even those who sacrificed so much during the liberation time. Um, it's really kind of hurt a lot because the reason why people took the gun to go to bush was really to fight for the dignity of many South Sudanese that were subjected and treated in their own country as if they don't belong there or as if they are slaves. Um, when it comes, starting from the question you asked about myself, I mean, when I went to Ethiopia, because my education was interrupted at a very young age, and the reason why I left were because of few reasons. One, uh, there was one time my dad was sick, I think around the same year that I escaped and went to Ethiopia, and because he was a teacher and he was in Wow,
Yeah.
so mom and I have to go and come back with him. Coming out of Wow was a nightmare. Um, we have to escape at night because the soldier, the government soldier, murder people when they find them exiting or entering into Wow. So we have to go at night, and even going in the midst of going at night, we have to stumble some casualties that were already. So you have, because there is a river that you have to cross. You don't have to go to the bridge because that is where they are. So you have to hire illegal boat to cross the river. So we have to struggle to escape. But when we arrive on top of the river, on the other side, we find our freedom fighters. Um, we were not treated nice either. We were asked to, some of the stuff were taken from us. I think for good reason, because they are struggling. They are in the bush. They don't have anything. And I remember as a young person, I have some boots. I don't know why I like boots that time while I was still very young. So I have some boots, and this soldier took them. I really cried. I think that was 86. I really cried a lot and didn't want to let them go. But the guy he didn't
I have the
compromise. He
sympathy.
took them. So I took that. Coming out of Wow was terrible because the enemies, um, soldiers were murdering our people. And when I came to the other side, my stuff were taken. As a young person, you start to internalize that. When I came home too, um, and I think the year earlier, the school that I was talking about called Luanyake was totally burned down. That is in Gokreal East. Was totally burned down, plus the whole houses in that area to hush by the government soldier. So then they become the third. And then while I was home, there were, when the soldiers went to the other side of the Nile to Bahar al-Ghazal, they have to rely on civilians to carry their sakar, sakirat, and all this sain and what have you. So and I was very young, and this soldier find me somewhere just walking, and it just chased me, said, "Come here, come and help us carry this stuff." So I have to run really fast. So I went in and ran into the house, and I actually hurt my head with one of the knife in
Yeah,
the house.
yeah,
So my mom was very cross about that. But despite all the bleeding, the guy said, you have to carry this stuff. So I have to carry stuff until another older guy said, well, guys, this is very young boy. Let me carry them with me. So the guy left. So from that time, I came and sat down and said, no, I must